What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan. It's Friday, April 10, 2026. And guess who I see coming?
I'm a fire starter, twisted fire starter.
Hope everybody is doing well. It's a bit cloudy, it's a bit cooler than yesterday, it's a bit windy. We had an area of rain passing over the Netherlands overnight. That has cleared and things should stay dry here, albeit today a bit cooler. Things should get warmer again tomorrow. The wind is blowing from the west-northwest. That means that the north-south oriented runways are in use today to the north. Departures to the north, so that means Polderbaan and center, parallel departures, and arrivals on Amsterdam 36 right. And I think, I don't know for sure yet, the ticker is an estimation. I think that the center runway is going to be the secondary runway for arrivals when there's an inbound peak later in the morning. Hope everybody is doing well. Marja, goedenavond. Wolfgang, good morning. I see many well-known names already in the chat. Jörg, good morning. Marjan, goedemorgen. Sarah, good morning. Mara Naomi, goedemorgen. Master Renderer, Babbers, good morning. Inimini, goedemorgen. Honda was er al. Peter ook. Firefighters doing their patrol round, and Chris Coot, morning cardio as always. That was to be expected. Looking at the scale of chimney smoke, quite a lot of horizontality already. The wind is still double digits, which is why I also brought the blimp with me today. It should get calmer as the day progresses. But right now it's a bit windy and it's definitely a bit cooler, so the parka is back, the rain trousers are back, and the gloves are too. Landings take place on 36 right. We can see an airplane approaching over there in the distance. We'll have to wait a bit for the next airplane to take off from Polderbaan. This is American Airlines, a Dreamliner, undoubtedly the one arriving from Philadelphia. A good moment if you are a member and you haven't voted yet to go over to the community section for members and cast your vote. I've opened a poll yesterday to question the members whether or not you feel we should maybe switch up some of the hey, is that Garuda? Is that the Garuda Sky Team? To inquire if you guys want to keep the current assortment of custom emojis, or if you may want to retire one or more in favor of new ones, since we will have to wait quite a long time to get new ones, new additional emojis. The only way to get new ones is to retire old ones. So the poll runs for an entire month. I want every member to have had a chance to cast your vote. There's also a reminder in the ticker. So if you are a member and you have an opinion, make your voice be heard, head over to the community section for members. Do it now while it's calm. And yeah, like I said, the poll will run for a couple of weeks. And we'll see if you guys do vote in favor of replacing or retiring one or more of the old emoji. Then of course, question becomes which one would that be? Polling in the making. But then again, we are a democratic channel, so democracy costs time, but it's worthwhile. Donald is also over there, as you can see. Already in the water. The excavators are also still there. Had a look. When I arrived in here, I had a look at the roundabout where I often would stand for departures from the Polderbaan. it's still prohibited. It's still shielded by fences. It's not allowed to go there, unfortunately, the grass field where I usually would stand. But it does look like they are already further along with replacing the pipes over there, so I hope they'll release that part of the Polderbaan sometime soon. No idea how long this project will last. Parallel departures. KLM to Belgrade, E2, Embraer 195, taking off over there. KLM flight 1983. Coming this way is an Embraer 190 to Bremen, interestingly. That's funny. You'd think, since Bremen lies to the east of the Netherlands, they'd send it to the center runway. Makes me wonder why that is. I see that Mrs. Professor is back, Marijke is there, Jackie also good morning, Graham good morning, Jeff good morning, Chris good morning, Monzi good morning, welcome to the show everybody. And Ronald is celebrating today 32 months of membership, that's a year and 8 months? Quick maths. Mate Ronald, thank you so much for your long-lasting support, that's almost 3 years, getting really close to 3 years. Hope everything in the lounge is to your liking. If that's not the case, do let me know what you feel should be improved and I'll get on it. Thank you so much for your long-lasting support and still counting. Keep it up, boy, he writes. I will definitely do my utmost best to do that, mate. Hope you'll keep coming back for more streams to come. If not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Hadi Fabian, goedemorgen. Finlay, good morning. Ricardo, goedemorgen. Klaas, goedemorgen. Paul, good morning. Dirk, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Luis, good morning. Bom dia. Let me see if I can fix my chat window. It's having a white part at the bottom, and that shouldn't be there. Means less chat messages to see. I think I already fixed that. Yes. Fire trucks are ejaculating water. They always do a test to see if the hoses work. And in the meantime, KLM flight 1761 to Bremen, hometown of Klaas, has arrived and is rolling. A321neo to Bucharest, in the meantime taking off from center. You might pick that up on the ambient audio since the microphone is directed forwards. It was quite busy on the road already this morning. Lots of buses towards the Keukenhof. It's probably going to be a very busy weekend in the flower strip area, as they call it in English, the Bollenstreek. Well, it's a slow start of the day. It should pick up. Traffic to the Americas, the Widebodies, they all should leave later in the morning. They should all come this way on paper. For now, there is an Air France A320 that we can see that's going to Paris, Air France flight 1241. There's an E2 Embraer to Aberdeen coming this way. Just took the left-hand turn to come to the Polderbaan. Captain Jerry is back in the chat and he came in with a big bang. Jerome, what are you doing, mate? Good morning. First of all, good morning, and second of all, what are you doing? 10 gifted memberships by Captain Jerry Donnelly just now. Really, Jerome, you didn't have to do that. I cannot stress enough that I don't want you guys to be spending any money on AMS Live that you might need yourselves. Be sure of that. Incredibly generous again, so early on in the stream. 10 gifted memberships for Captain Jerry Donnelly. I hope that everybody who just received one from him will say thanks to him. Have fun with the custom emojis. You're also eligible to vote right now, so don't forget to head over to the community section for members. Cast your vote. Do you want to keep the current set of emoji, or are we going to retire one or more? Jerome, thank you so much. You really didn't have to do that, you know that. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 10 new members. Henrik is also back. Good morning. Bom dia, buongiorno. Welcome. Bienvenue. Herzlich willkommen. Guten Morgen. Fatback Dutch. Goedemorgen, kerel. Good to see you again. Not a lot of AMS Live he was able to watch lately, but he is going to pick up on that. Absolutely wonderful. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all has been well. Probably busy. That's usually what most people are doing. Other stuff, and rightly so. You only live once. Your two most precious assets are your time and your health. The E2 to Aberdeen is arriving on the scene, and another E2 to Trondheim is following. That's right there. Diana, goedemorgen. Hikuika net, good morning. Pieter, goedemorgen, good morning. Jayodi, goedemorgen, good morning. I love aviation, good morning. Herzlich willkommen. Greets from Germany. More Germans in the house. Herzlich willkommen, liebe Freunde. Rob Lerb is also back. Good to see you, Rob. Julius, goedemorgen. Jero, goedemorgen. Marcella, goedemorgen, good morning. 2 E2 Embraers. And an Embraer 190 has just taken off to Luxembourg from center. Hey, nice combo shot. What is that? That's the... I think that's the Embraer 190 to Nantes. Awesome. 2 departures from center in one shot. Caught in one shot. If you hear quacking, that's not my sound effect. That sounds different. That sounds like so. But you might be hearing Donald, who is looking for something underwater right here on the other side of the canal. So as the crow flies, he's less than 10 meters or 30 feet away from me. The E2 to Aberdeen, flight 913, has begun to roll. I was about to say it's still waiting for clearance, but it has begun to roll just now. Tours de Boot, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Good morning, Alain. Alain asks, any A380 today, Boydie? Well, there is, the A380 Emirates Flight 147 is underway. But I'm not expecting we can see it quite well from here, since I expect the landings to take place on either center, and most likely it's going to be a landing on the Aalsmeerbaan. Depends on runway use. But I'm not expecting the A380 to make an appearance very close by today. It is on the way. It's good to see that Emirates is once again flying daily with their A380s for the time being to Amsterdam. Chris, good evening. Chris is tuning in from Wellington, New Zealand. More Aussies in the house. How well is Down Under represented? How many Aussies and Kiwis are there? Let yourself be heard. There's always quite a few on average in our chat. Of course, my streaming hours are pretty favorable for those who live in Australia and or New Zealand. Next E2 Embraer 195 is KLM flight 1151. It's going to go to Trondheim. This is the Papa Hotel, November X-Ray Hotel. Wolfgang says that the A340 is expected in 35 minutes. That's inbound or outbound? Let's see, it's Friday. Outbound, right? Yeah. Hey. Because it comes in on Thursdays and on Saturdays and it goes out on Fridays and Sundays. I wasn't sure. No, well, come to think of it, I should have seen it on Flight Radar if it was inbound. I only saw 2 747s underway from Miami. What is up, Donald? Quacking about. What is up, mate? Green sheen and now blue. I love the multicolor feathers around his head and his neck. Yes, you're a pretty little duck, eh? All right. Next up is, oh, well, it's a 737, obviously. I switched from autofocus to manual focus, but I forgot to set the focus to infinity. I thought it was at infinity, but it wasn't, so that's why the footage started to get a bit blurry. That's not you guys needing glasses. More 737s taking off from center. This is going to Zurich, and the one that we saw just now was going to go to Copenhagen. Current ETA of the A380 203. Thank you, Maria. So that will probably land then on the only runway open. Not sure. That's probably going to be the Aalsmeerbound then. And thank you, Captain Jerry, for your super chat. Let's do smokestack and car park food cart emojis. Well, let's just first see what the people say, whether or not they want to change emoji or not, and then let's see which ones we should retire, and then let's see which ones or what we should replace them with. Keep your ideas in mind, because if you guys vote for change, then obviously I will consult you guys as to which or what the new emoji should become. John Logan is back in the chat. Liani, good morning. Bryn, good morning. Jonesy boy, morning mate. Welcome back. Hans, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. With the wind here and the low temperatures, it's not very warm. Definitely quite a bit cooler than yesterday. The farmer is also working on his land, prepping the land. That's 1 acre that was still unprepped. Here at the beginning of the road there are flower fields. That's furthest away from here. Over here, of course, we have fields with wheat, and there's still one plot that has been plowed over, but other than that, nothing has been done to it. And it looks like the farmer is now preparing that land and probably is going to sow something one of these days. Hard to see if it's just prepping the ground or if they're already planting something. Now, who was it again yesterday that said they were going to be leaving to Minneapolis on Delta 161, if I recall correctly? Seat 7A. Wasn't Glackamet track, was it? Bryn says, I like the way you say my name. Many can't, as it's a Welsh name. You mean say it properly? Or am I mispronouncing it? If I am, let me know. I was pretty sure it was pronounced Bryn. It's supposed to be pronounced as Bryn. Verder Sebastian, guten Morgen. Richard Vos, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Hope you guys are doing well. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it's always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you're enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. It will help tremendously to get a wider audience in the future. Make it more gezellig. More people, the more the merrier. The channel has ample room for more people. Casper, goedemorgen. Lee, good morning. You have a good day too, buddy. Henk, goedemorgen. Gilberto, good morning. Ah, others say Brian. Really? But there's no A in your name. Where did they get that from? Brian. Brian from Wales. Marcel, goedemorgen. No D's. Clyde and Joanna, good morning. Hey, Fatback Dutch is celebrating his membership. 20 months, that's 2.5 years and 2 months, and counting. Guys, I really did miss being in the AMS lounge. It's good to have you back, mate. How's the fat bike business going? I see, it's like I see more and more of them by the day. Things must be going good in that sense. Are going well. I haven't had enough vodka yet. Can you guys tell? Stranger, morning mate. JJ, goedemorgen. Jeff says, I think it's stupidity. Bryn is not a hard name to pronounce. I should think so. Never underestimate the stupidity of mankind. We have a big bird in the background. That's KLM Flight 601 to LAX. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner. And over here we have a cheater on Cheater's Lane. KLM Flight 1137 to Dublin in Ireland. Danny, goedemorgen. Yeah, there actually were thunderstorms last night. I said yesterday that they were forecasted, but that I had to see it to believe it. Well, believe me, I saw it. Most of it passed by north of where I live. I think Schiphol probably was inflicted by it. KLM 1303 to Gdansk, also on Cheater's Lane. That's number 190. And in the background, KLM Flight 601 to LAX. Goedemorgen, Andreas, tuning in from South Africa. Slowly but surely, the sun is creeping out from behind the clouds. It's expected to get more sunny, so basically the opposite of what happened yesterday. Yesterday, as the day progressed, more cloudiness. Look in the direction that the wind is more or less blowing from, and things are looking a bit more open already. Field Castro is also over here, hunting for Pinky and the Brain. And KLM flight 601 is spooling up. That's a 78710 to LAX. The Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Foxtrot. Hey Jen Russek, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again, mate. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Foxtrot, 6 years old, first flight December 2019. Thinking that the white balance might be set a tad too warm. Maybe just a smidge cooler, more blue, less green. Let's see, what's it at? Oh, it's not too bad, 48.80. That should be good. Maybe it's just me. If you guys think that the color balance is off, do let me know. If you think that the brightness should be adjusted, let me know. If the ambient is too loud or too low, let me know. We can always adjust that on the fly relatively easily. Mr. Mika, good morning. Join Aviation, good morning. Liani will be on board KLM flight 655, expected around 11. Side and seat unknown. Okay. In other words, no chance of seeing a shine the light, probably. Keep me posted, guys. 655 is going to where? This is just preparing the land, isn't it? Or is that where they put seats? No. I'm not sure. Are they already sowing? Or is that just prepping the land? And will the next step be sowing? Alrighty, this is KLM flight 1293 to Billund. Dropping off the bills of the Netherlands in Denmark. That's how we take care of business. Dump it all in Denmark. F80, goedemorgen und herzlich willkommen. Hey Jas, goedemorgen. Ash, good morning. Duncan, goedemorgen. Welcome everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan. In use as 36 left for departures to the north. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. If you are a member, don't forget to poll, to vote in the poll for members. KLM flight 605 to San Francisco. Another 78710 is at the threshold, but not lined up, because a narrow body is going to be leaving first. Lined up is an A321neo KLM flight 1251 going to bloody Helsinki in Finland. After that, 605 to San Francisco, and Air Baltic probably next after that, going to Tallinn. EasyJet arriving, that's an A320 to Person-Chester. 655 to Minneapolis. Thank you, Paul. Operated by the PHBHA, a 779. Great. So around 11, the KLM to Minnesota. I'm pretty sure there was somebody yesterday who announced they were going to be... Oh, was that? No, that was on Friday. They were... Who was it again? Yesterday somebody mentioned they announced departing seat 7A, left-hand seat, Delta to Minneapolis, Minnesota. I think it was flight 161. Does anybody remember? Hey Storm Eagle, good morning. Han, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. This is KLM flight 605 to San Francisco. Widebody departures parallel. KLM 643 to Lima in Peru. Just departed from center. Little bit of wing fluff by the looks of it. And again KLM Asia. Here is Fidel Castro. So they are still working on the other side of the runway as well. We saw that yesterday as well. Not sure what they're doing. There's the lunch break room, truck and trailer. And there are a few excavators over there. Don't think there are sewage pipes that need replacing on that side, but they're definitely digging for something by the looks of it. Right, Air Baltic flight 858 to Tallinn, the Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo Whiskey. Another A220-300. This one a year old, no, a year old. First flight October 2023. Good morning, Storm Eagle. Good morning. Good morning to Martin. Good morning to Paul. Master Rennerer, good morning. Toyu, goedemorgen, good morning. Hope all are well. It's almost weekend, if not already weekend for many of you. EasyJet flight 22162 to Persenchester, an A320. In the background, Shamrock flight 603 to Dublin. That's an A320. And we'll also see the airplane on Cheater's Lane shortly. That's an Embraer 190 KLM to Stavanger. Obviously, that's going to be leaving before Shamrock, question mark. If not, what would be the purpose of using Cheater's Lane, right? Yeah, it's lining up. Should be next. So, big picture wise, the sun is out, but the sunshine is milky. That's because of high clouds that are still in the way. The same high clouds are in the south. Looking to the west, it's not perfectly open yet. There are more bits of blue, particularly to the northwest. This is looking to the north. right now in the vicinity of the sun, milkiness. And then Bro 190 to Stavanger, already rolling and rotating. The Douse is on the move, Wolfgang says. That's the A340-600 for those of you who don't know. Hey, and Delta Airlines Flight 161 to Minneapolis is coming. Come on, guys, you probably remember the collective memory of all of you. Who was it yesterday who announced they were going to be seated in seat 7A? Delta Airlines Flight 161. Hope we'll get to see a shine the light moment. Hey Hans, goedemorgen. Good to see you, mate. Groucho Kent, I remember, yeah, it was you. So, you are seated at seat 7A, are you? Have you one or do you have one or more torches on already? I'll focus the camera on seat, or at least at the front. Should be good. Hope you're shining the light, Groucho. Seat 7A. If you have access to multiple windows and you have several torches, obviously we expect more. Still remember, we had Yunos who once flew back in business with Delta. 3 lights, 2 stationary, and the third one he was waving himself. That was absolutely wonderful. Historic moment. Groucho Kent, seat 7A, seated on Delta Airlines Flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota, right here, an A350-900. The November 573 Delta Zulu. That's 7 years old, first flight September 2018. Let's have a look and see. Alan, good morning, mate. Good to see you. See it. I think it was the third window before the first entrance, or exit if you will, the first door. I definitely saw it. Bon voyage, Groucho. Haha. Wonderful. Groucho Kent is on his way to Minneapolis, Minnesota. That was terrific. Hey Tom Boss, good morning, mate. Good to see you again. Look at the pilot, good morning. And a lovely growl indeed. That's what I love about the A350s. It's got the complete package. It's got the looks, it's got the sounds. Alright, KLM flight 787, not a Dreamliner, but an A330-200. The PH AOF as a what the fwoff? A330-200. 19 years old already, first flight November 2006. So that was our first shine the light moment with Groucho Kent on board Delta Airlines Flight 161 and KLM Flight 655 later today, also to Minneapolis. What a coincidence. with more viewers. Although we don't know yet if they are going to be able to shine the light. Absolutely lovely crowd show. Well done and bon voyage. Ooh, seat on the right hand side. That's not good. Oh, big bird taking off from center. Let's see, what is this? This is KLM flight 597. That's going to Cape Town. That's in South Africa. Ryanair flight 421 to Dublin, Ireland. In the meantime, on the move here at the Polderbaan. Sebo, good morning. Bob, good evening. Ryan, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. I always have to think about it. It's 18 right, and now it's 36 left. Next departure, KLM flight 661 going to Houston in Texas. That's a 777-200 or... It's the Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Delta. That's how old? 22 years old already. First flight December 2003. Hey Annette, good evening, welcome back. Quite a few airplanes are on the move, including Singapore Airlines, the A350. Now, unfortunately, with the center runway open for departures to the east, Singapore is going to be taking the wrong runway, but we should be able to see its departure from here quite well. So, let me see what I can show you guys. That was brake dust. Before retracting the main gear, the wheels are braked to a stop, and often you will see some brake dust leaving the wheels. So that's not smoke, it's a normal thing. Because physics. It's better to retract wheels that aren't spinning anymore. Hadi Joop, goedemorgen. And everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It isn't mandatory, but it's always appreciated. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching already, and together they know quite a lot. So don't be afraid, don't be shy. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Don't forget to leave a like if you are enjoying the content. It will help to bring in more people in the future. If you remember, don't forget to vote. We're having a poll for members to decide on whether or not to change anything in the custom emojis. Do you want to keep them, or do you want to retire one or more of them in favor of new ones? Additional ones are still a long way out. We need more members for that. But we can, of course, retire old ones and replace them with new ones. So, whether or not that's something you want, if you have an opinion and you're a member, don't forget to vote. The poll will run for several weeks, a month or so, 4 weeks, so that everybody has an opportunity to cast their vote. BA on its way To London Heathrow. London, you might be asking? Yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Current status quo, it's still pretty windy. Even though the wind is expected to die down as the day progresses. The opposite of what happened yesterday, when wind started to pick up as the day progressed. The sun is out, but the sky is milky still, so not a lot of warmth from the sun. KLM flight 1753 to Hamburg, lining up. KLM flight 741 to Bogota has just taken the left-hand turn to come to the Polderbaan from the main platform area, so that's the third departure probably from now. You see that there is a big jet rolling on center. 777. Taking off right now. Parallel departures. Nice. And this is a 777-200 to Kilimanjaro. The low growl of the 777-200. Hey Peter, good morning. Patrick, goedemorgen. Hold Short, good morning. Hey, check it out. Hold Short also got the new badge. Liwe yesterday, Hold Short today. And Paul and Marissa are probably going to be the next ones, if I recall correctly. Congratulations, Hold Short. 3 years of membership, that means. Don't forget to celebrate with a highlighted message. Thank you so much, Hold Short, for your ongoing support. 3 years as a member. That's a big feat. You're now in a select company of a handful of people for the time being. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. I hope that everything in the lounge still is to your liking. It's always nice to see you. You're not that regularly around in the live chat, so it's always nice to see you when you do come in. Hope you'll stick around for many more months to come. If not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. I think Singapore is now taking to the sky from center. Let's have a quick look at it. Yep, there it is. Singapore Airlines flight 323 to Singapore. Alright. Another big bird has arrived on the scene over here. That's KLM flight 741 to Bogota in Colombia. It's being preceded by an A320neo from EasyJet, which will be leaving for Bristol. Hey, and that's absolutely fine, Hold Short. You're a lurker, that's perfectly fine. Lurk in the Aurora Sky Lounge. Lurking over there is much more comfortable. Plus you have free access now as a member, or at least free access. You've paid for access, so make sure that you are lurking in the right lounge. W says that the flight to Salt Lake City is the Team USA livery. Is that the A330neo? It probably is, isn't it? Or have Delta upped their game and are they sending more A350s over to Amsterdam? The Suriname is also coming this way, slowly but surely. Apple Flaps, good morning. Danny, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, 36 left, one of two runways for departures. Center is also being used for departures, although I think come 11 and come the next inbound rush hour, they're probably going to resort to using center for arrivals as well. With the current wind, but I haven't checked, I haven't verified on Bezoek Bus, but considering the wind speed and direction, I'm thinking north-south oriented runways for today, at least for the morning hours. Lance also back in the chat. Good morning, Lance. Pati, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Next up, KLM Flight 741 to Bogota, Colombia. That's the Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo, India. That's a 78710. 5 years old, first flight August 2020. Delta Flight 47 to New York, JFK is also headed this way, as is the A340 from Suriname, the Dows. It's begun to move. Look at the angle of the wings right now. And watch how it creeps up as it gains more speed. Already getting a bit higher. The wingtips reaching ever more for the sky. More and more and more. You can see that the wing angle is changing constantly. And then a rotation point. Lovely backdrop of here and there a bit of blue, but still a lot of cloud as well. Now looking to my northwest, there's definitely a bit more openness, and it looks like looking to the west, there's also more blue between the clouds. Over here it's still milkiness. That's okay. Improvement is on the way. Delta Flight 47 to New York, JFK, and its bigger sibling should become visible right there. There's the Dows. The Dows almost in the house. Volvo excavator in the foreground. Over here, lined up on the runway, is Air Baltic. Fakey, goedemorgen. Justin, goedemorgen. I like Japan Aviation too much. Hi. And welcome to the channel. The Reading Diary, good morning, goedemorgen. Mar Solo Music, good morning, goedemorgen. Didinho, goedemorgen. Sam, that guy, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan for departures, as you can obviously see. I am wondering what's going on right now, because, yeah, inspection of the runway. Inspection of the runway. which is why Air Baltic is still waiting at the threshold. That's K3. Doing a quick check of the runway and then allowing the A340 to slowly get closer by. Dirty, dirty bird. Dirty birdie. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it's always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many are watching, and together they know quite a lot. There's the Delta to New York. And here we have Air Baltic. Air Baltic to Riga. Still waiting. More agricultural activity going on. I see a tractor over there as well. I think I hear the A220 spooling up. So yeah, inspection is over. And Air Baltic is on the move, as is Delta. Hey Erik, goedemorgen. Good morning. Basi, goedemorgen. Good morning. Ah, watching Amos live during ironing. That's a good way of getting the job done without it feeling too much like a chore. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 47 to New York, JFK. An A330-300. It might get loud, ladies and gentlemen. Word of warning, you are watching this stream at your own discretion. Loss to speakers or air drums cannot be reimbursed by me. And you are watching at your own discretion. This is the November 829 November Whiskey. And she's 9 years old already. First flight was in June 2016. And after this, it's bigger sibling, Suriname A340-600. Hey, Donald and his mates, chilling in the grass in the foreground. Nice to see. Whoa, I have to say, that wasn't too loud. I was prepared for worse. Not too bad, not too bad. All right, let's quickly turn back and have a look at its bigger sibling, the A340-600 Dows. Still in the house, but not for long. Oh wow, it's already moving. What? Suriname Flight 993 to Paramaribo. This is of course the Dows, the A340-600. 22 years old, first flight December 2003. slow retraction of the gear. In that sense, the A340 is no different from A330. How high above the ground is it by now? Yay high! Optimus Toaster back in the chat. As is Steven, morning lads. Alright, well, the A340 on its way. Not much higher than it was a couple of moments ago. Hey Flores, morgen. Bird strike from the back, yeah. Gary, good morning. Welcome back, fellas. Welcome back to AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan where traffic is coming. A couple of narrow bodies. Is that Delta in the background? I think it is. That's more wide body heaviness coming to us pretty soon. Right now, a KLM A321 Neo departure going to London Heathrow, KLM flight 1005. Much quicker gear retraction than the A340 and the A330 before it. Hey, that's a good question. Stephen asks if the A340 is fly-by-wire or mechanical. To my knowledge, everything after the A300 has been fly-by-wire, since it has a joystick and not a yoke. Then again, the fly-by-wire Boeings also have a yoke, so that's not telling. But I'm pretty sure it's fly-by-wire. If I'm wrong, by all means, do correct me. Agente 79, Servus, good morning, and welcome back. That guy says weather looks good for takeoff, low wind speed. We had 16 knots of wind earlier in the morning. Let's have a quick look and see what it has become. This morning it was still 16 knots at the beginning of the show. It's going to slow down, so it should get less. I'm going through the verify that you're human phase at the METAR website, and we can have a quick look. Yep, wind is already dropping to 8 knots of wind. It's still blowing from the northwest, so I think that the north-south oriented runways are going to be in use for a while. Scattered clouds at 2,400 feet. But yeah, the wind speed is dropping quite quickly. That's nice. I'm going to update the METAR in the ticker in a moment. First things first. More A321 Neos taking off. SAS A320 Neo to Copenhagen up next. That also already beginning to move. They are keeping up the tempo, I love it. Delta Airlines Flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia is approaching. That's an A330-300, followed by KLM Flight 615 going to Portland, Oregon, hometown of Captain Jerry. And Atlanta is where Stephen lives, not too far away from. Always nice when the airplanes are going to you guys' hometowns. Right. Let's turn back. 2 wide bodies approaching. There's an Air France Bombardier C series also coming this way, but the wide bodies are probably going to be taking off first. Gives me a brief moment to have a go at updating the METAR. So 8 knots of wind, 320 degrees. And I'm wondering if Bezoek Bus has already updated expected runway use. What is going to be runway use today? Yes, they've updated the report. So what they're expecting is the 3-6 runways to stay in use primarily, although there is a plan B for if the wind changes. But the most likely scenario is that the north-south oriented runways are going to be used for the upcoming hours. That means that Polderbaan, this runway, is going to be dedicated for departures, and center is going to be used as secondary runway for both the departures during the outbound rush hour and also for inbound traffic during the inbound rush hours. It will also mean that the Aalsmeerbaan 36 right is going to be used dedicatedly for inbound traffic. Unless they're switching it up. We'll see. We'll see. We'll be filming departures here. That's a certainty. They're not going to use this runway for arrivals today, since the wind will continue to blow from the northwest. That was Delta on its way to New York. No, not to New York, to Atlanta. And now it is time for KLM to be headed. Hey, I already see that the Kaagbaan is open. That's interesting. Right, in that case they are using the runways as they would with northerly winds. Kaagbaan arrivals, Aalsmeerbaan arrivals, and then center and Polderbaan for departures. This is KLM flight 615 going to Portland in Oregon. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Hotel. In the meantime, a very warm welcome to everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we're here at the Polderbaan filming departures. Great, goedemorgen. Dr. Krippets, good morning. Who says, I am new here. Well, welcome to the channel, mate. Nice of you to say hi. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. A great many people are watching, and together they know quite a lot, so don't be shy. Feel free to interact. If you are a member, don't forget to vote in the community section about whether or not you want emojis replaced. If you are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It will really help to bring in more people in the future and help this channel grow. Air France lined up over there. That's a Bombardier C Series 300 and A220. It's going to Paris, flight 1341. And after that, KLM flight 591, which will be leaving for Johannesburg. And I think that's in South Africa. Russell is also sitting here on his throne right next to me, having a look at everything going on around the Polderbaan. Rider of Doom. Formerly Mighty Raven Dark. Good morning, mate, and welcome back. Time for a 777-300 It's going to go to Johannesburg in South Africa. And Caleb at 655 to Minneapolis, Minnesota is coming next after that. We'll be leaving next after that, I should say. So we have passengers, viewers on board KLM Flight 655, but they are seated on the right-hand side. So we're not going to get two shine the lights moments in one show, unfortunately. Unless, of course, they've managed to switch seats in the meantime, or at least temporarily for the departure. We'll have to see. Mervin, good morning. Gijs, goedemorgen. And Bobbers, mate, thank you so much. Bobbers just now super chatted. Banter from Boy, planes and coffee, great way to enjoy a morning. Thank you so much for your kind words and for your donation, Bobbers. You really didn't have to use the super chat to get that message across, though. Glad to hear you're enjoying. I hope everybody is. Doing the best I can to provide that atmosphere for you guys. 777 on its way to Johannesburg. So next up is going to be KLM Flight 655 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's a 7879 Dreamliner. And after that, Delta Airlines Flight 143 going to Seattle, Washington, home of Bill J, whom we haven't seen in a while, have we? Or was he there? I think he might have made a brief appearance last week. Hope he's doing well. Either way, that's going to be next after that. And after that, an A319 EasyJet to Lickety Split, Croatia. United Airlines Flight 21 also has been pushed back. I also see Delta Airlines Flight 57 to Salt Lake City, Delta 135 to Detroit, JetBlue 32 to Boston. It's all coming this way. Emirates Sky Cargo to Copenhagen is also on the move. Which runway has that been assigned to? Will that be coming this way? That would be nice. Up, up, the wings curl. Didn't see any lights as expected. Of course, you keep hoping. Things are slowly but surely getting a little better. Although we still have clouds, the milkiness does seem to get a bit less. Looking in the direction the wind is blowing from. Here we have Delta Airlines Flight 143 to Seattle, Washington, entering the field of view from the left. An A330neo. Behind it, an A319 from EasyJet to Split in Croatia. Wonder what's the deal with the A330 that's standing a bit north of runway 27, the Fuck D. Probably still has the transponder on, but not planning on going out anytime soon. The Emirates Sky Cargo to Copenhagen, is that coming this way or will it be taking off center? Oh wait, it's 11:03. I was wondering, is center still open? It's probably not, isn't it? It's probably not, is it? Jeez, I really need to get me some. English is failing. Atlas 747 coming in. Kaagbaan, now near New Vennep. So that's probably going to be landing right as we are following the A330neo. If it's now at New Vennep. Piss poor timing, as always. Interesting things always happen at once. Instead of arriving here when there's an A319 taking off, yes, exactly what I predicted. All right. It's always the same, isn't it? Ah, forgot to double tie my shoelace. I thought I was standing on my shoelace already. Right, there we go. Mervyn says, boy, I wish I could speak your language as well as you speak mine. Right, have a look at Flight Radar. Quite a few wide bodies are approaching, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely lovely. First up, EasyJet flight 27907 to Lickety Split in Croatia. It's an A319, the OELQN. 17 years old already, first flight December 2008. I have to think back of a Instagram video that I saw yesterday. Me and Lisa were laughing our asses off. There was a Dutch video of a guy who was using Google Translate, and in Dutch he said, a seal pushed me. I think it was a seal pushed me, and then translated it into French, and then let the computer say it out loud. Give it a go. I think it was a seal pushed me. Een zeehond duwde me. If you translate that to French, and you have the computer speak that, have that reading that back. That was really funny. Anyway, I'm not sure if it was literally that, a seal pushed me, or if it was a little bit different. It was something with a seal and pushing. I think it was a seal pushed me. Orange Pride inbound for runway 24 in around 25 minutes, and Team USA A330 on its way to the Polderbaan. Thanks for the heads ups, Wolfgang. Keep me posted when the OP is on final, and I'll try to film it. This is United Airlines Flight 21 going to Houston in Texas, not to be confused with Austin. Strange state, Texas. They have two cities that have names, city names that are very comparable. Houston and Austin. You do write it differently, but the pronunciation is almost exactly the same. Houston and Austin. This is the one. Yes, Jendrusek, indeed. So if you have that translation and you let Google Translate read that back out loud, it sounds quite interesting, to put it mildly. You should use Google Translate and give it a go for. We saw the video and we thought, nah, that can't be real, can it? And we tried it and it was exactly what the video said. And what was audible on the video. Hey Alwa, goedemorgen, good morning. Alright, 767 300 the November 642 Uniform Alpha. 34 years old already. First flight April 1991. Phonetic sounds great. Right. More goodiness on its way to the United States. Team USA, the A330neo, Delta Airlines flight 57. Kermit is also over there somewhere. You can probably hear him. Goedemorgen Wieland, goedemorgen Jennifer. Welcome to the show, one and all. Jennifer says, now for the non-Dutchies, translate, choose my most beautiful side to Dutch and have that read out loud. What does that result into? I don't know that one yet. Mental note, have to try that when I get home. Sandra, goedemorgen. En groetjes terug. Vroom, goedemorgen. Delta Airlines flight 57 on its way to Salt Lake City in Utah. Our length measurement is Mita, and in America they have Utah. The November 411 Delta X-ray. Team USA. No time to waste. We've got to move with haste. Whoa! Delta already up in the air, going to Copenhagen, climbing like a mofo. What? On its way to Copenhagen and seemingly empty. That's climbing higher than Embraers are. What the fuck? Wow, incredible. Hey Gerrit, goedemorgen. Right, it's pretty calm over here. We have few pedestrians here. I think there was a couple walking that way. Yep, there you go. Another pair was here before and already started walking back again to the parking lot. So it's pretty calm over here with respect to the number of people. Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Paul. Hope all is well, mate. Rocket style indeed. What a climb. Hey Peter, goedemorgen. Not sure if I already said hi to John. Welcome to the show, everybody. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. A lot of people are watching, but don't make that don't let that be scaring you. If you want to say hi, it's always appreciated. It isn't mandatory. You can also stay quiet and watch the stream. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. There are a lot of people watching together, you know, quite a lot. They'll happily try to answer any questions that you might be having. If you're enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help us reach more people in the future. The more the merrier. Plenty of room for all. This is EasyJet going to London Stansted, an A320neo. First time I'm seeing the police over here today. Buitenbewaking. That's the group that Rudolf also belongs to, he and his mates. Driving in their BMWs. If Rudolf was on duty, he would probably have used the speaker and said hi. He usually does that. He usually does that in advance. So last time I was at the Polderbaan, he was also on duty. He came driving by and already I heard, "Hello there, boy!" Looked up and I saw the police vehicle. I thought, oh, it's Rudolf. And why not? If you have a speaker on your car that you can call people with, better use it. This is KLM Flight 1799 going back to Jörg's hometown of Düsseldorf. That will be a short flight, half an hour or so. Just... I think it's around 90 nautical miles, so the gear is down and already they are preparing the landing checklist probably. Morning, Tony. Mike Wild, good morning. Jess, watching stuff, good morning. It's nice that you guys are all saying hi in the chat. Good to see who is watching and where from as well. Quite a few people here from the UK always, and from Germany, America, and down under as well. Lots of Aussies and Kiwis as well usually. Ever more Belgians. Not too many French people and Italians. We have Jean-Yves, we have Gilberto. We have Japanese viewers as well on occasion. And more people tuning in from Brazil as well. Absolutely lovely. One of the things that makes me most proud is the international audience that this channel has. People are watching from all over the world. They're watching from around the world, around the world. Anyway. You might pick up the sound of Chris Coot doing morning cardio here. Coots are definitely early birds. Ducks are more night owls. But coots, they're almost always up early already. Active whenever I arrive. Hey Mark, goedemorgen. Alles goed, zeker, dank je. Hope everything is well on your end as well. DB Basement tuning in from Edinburgh. Has the snow molten already? You guys were having snow the other day. Hope things are improving. Get a bit more calendar conform. Drone shots Antoine, good morning. Wolfgang says Lisa is spreading the word in Belgium. Well, I'm not too sure, since she is living in the Netherlands and is only visiting Belgium every now and then. Most of the time she's over here in the Netherlands with me. But word probably is spreading, or it's the algorithm doing its thing. Right, I think now I am actually basking in unadulterated sunshine for the very first time, and that means that a shady figure can wave to you guys at home and say hi. Yep, blue sky. It's improving slowly but surely. Hey, is that BizJet? Or is that a CRJ? As I was setting up here, there was a BizJet taking off here. To my surprise, since I would have thought they would have taken runway 04. This is SAS flight 556 to Stockholm. CRJ 900. Irish registered. The IGEF. Golf Echo Foxtrot. All white. CRJ exclamation mark. Indeed, Michael. I'm always inclined to call people who are called Michael Mike, but not everybody likes that. Some people who are called Michael are okay with being called Mike, but that's not true for everybody. All right. Another widebody KLM flight 535 that's going to Kigali. And Kigali is in Rwanda, isn't it? That's also in Africa. This is the Papa Hotel Alpha Oscar Charlie. An A330-200. The PHAOC. I think you should pronounce that as FWOC, as in what the FWOC is going on here. FWOC is 20 years old. First flight was in October 2005. And a relocation flight, the SNN 787-10 Dreamliner coming this way. A flight number starting with a 9. That's not a regular flight. That's almost always relocation. It's 12:23, and that means we should still have another 20 or so minutes of Polderbaan exclusive departures. Meanwhile, I'm seeing movement seemingly close to the runway. I'm not sure if this is on airport terrain or if it isn't. Ooh, that's complex maneuvers with a trailer. Oh, and all right. And I was about to say also turning the tourniquet. Sounds like highly complex. I'm getting dizzy looking at this already. Ah, picking up stuff. There you go. Case in point, Michael hates Mike. I used to go by Mike until 70s when a TV ad had a younger boy. Ad said, Mikey will eat anything. After, nope, only my dad insisted on calling me Mike. Mikey won't eat anything, but Michael will. So this, I suspect, is also going to rotate quickly and climb steeply, since it is a presumably empty relocation flight to Shannon in Ireland. KLM flight 9A, yeah, there you go, already rotating. The Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Charlie on its way to Ireland, Shannon, Ireland. Not sure what it's going to do there, but the flight number 9861, any flight number starting with a 9 is usually indicative of a relocation flight. Tractor driver showboating. Optimus says we call those wheeled excavators rubber ducks. Rubber ducks, is that so? Where did it go to? I'm now trying to look. Oh, it's already it's already gone further to the south. So it picked up an what is it? A generator or something? Diesel generator. Looks like something that generates power. I'm not sure, but the police are back on their way out after having checked the roundabout on the other side, which is also seemingly empty. Is there anybody there right now? Don't think there is. Camper. More tourists. Yeah, no, the other side is also empty. Looking at the scale of chimney smoke compared with earlier this morning, there's less horizontality and more verticality in the chimney smoke, indicative of slowing wind. Looking here in the canal, there are a few ripples. It's not nearly as windy as it was in the first half hour of the show, but slowly but surely the wind died down. This morning, before I went live, the wind was blowing double-digit wind speeds, which is why I also went with the blimp today for the ambient audio. The next departure is KLM flight 1219 to Stockholm. That's a 737-800, and after that, Air Europa path to Madrid with a 7879. Mrs. Professor is indicating it's her bedtime and that she has to leave. Hopefully see you again tomorrow, Mrs. Professor. If all is well, the weather should be good for a Saturday stream and a Sunday stream, so hope you'll be there with us. For now, sleep tight and hopefully see you again tomorrow. And thanks for joining us today, of course. We're not done with the stream yet. We're waiting for traffic, but we're not done. We're not done yet. There's the Air Europa Dreamliner. Hey Frank, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. So they're using the Kaagbaan for arrivals. I wasn't too sure they were going to do that. I wasn't sure about runway use. I was hoping they were going to keep runway 27 open, but since I saw that the wind was dying down and I saw on CDM departure scheduled for both center and for Polderbaan, I figured that they aren't going to use runway 27, but probably use the north-south oriented runways instead. In other words, at the McDonald's there wasn't much going on, or there wasn't going to be much going on over there. You need wind also from the south, actually, come to think of it. Or at least that's what I realized later. Because if they are using the Alsmeerbaan, they're using it for arrivals, and when you're standing at the McDonald's, you're not seeing, it's not the best place to be looking at the arrivals. Still looking to go back to the location to the north, where this canal is making a turn. I think you may, well, it's a bit hard to see. But the canal is making a turn and you can stand a bit closer to the runway heading. It's a lovely place to be filming arrivals from. You'd have to park your car over at Boesingenliede. That's the buildings and the buildings that you see in the background. There are a few parking spaces. Actually went there yesterday after I was done streaming just to see how many parking spots were vacant at the time, and I saw 4 within the first 100, 200 meters or so. So if that's representative of what the parking situation is like during weekdays, it's probably a good place to park without too much trouble. And that would be nice to go there again to switch it up. But that's only a good location for arrivals. If you're going there and they're using the runway for departures, you're not going to see that much. If you're standing there, it's almost like you're at the Kaagbaan. The angle, the proximity, it's like Kaagbaan arrivals actually. I imagine that a lot of you have never seen me film from that location before. If you head over to the overview of what are they called again? I always forget the name. The collection of something list. If you go to the overview of streams from the Polderbaan and head over to, I think it was October 2023, the beginning of October. I've been there for the last time. Orange Pride on final for runway 24, and obviously it's coinciding with the departure of Air Europa to Madrid. 7879. Fritz, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Playlist, of course. We have a playlist for Polderbaan streams. Well, or you just go scroll back in the list of streams. They are chronologically ordered. I remember it was October 1st, 2023. I went there for the last time. Long time ago. Quite a few of you probably did not know of the channel yet and by then. Macau, good morning. And John, welcome back, mate. Always a good Friday night when AMS Live is on. John Logan 747 is celebrating a 7-month membership anniversary. John, thank you so much for your ongoing support. It's always nice when you are back in the chat. And I hope you'll keep coming back for many more months to come. If not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. If anything in the lounge is amiss, do let me know. And I'll get on it to see if I can make things better for you and the other members. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, John, and congratulations. The next 767 is coming this way. We have one that went to Houston in Texas. The next one is going to go to Washington. Washington. I keep mispronouncing stuff. Washington. United Airlines flight 947. The other one was, if I recall correctly, 33 or so years old. This one is even older, 35 years old. You're not seeing it yet, but you will soon enough. The November 641 Uniform Alpha. That began flying in March 1991. Let that sink in, ladies and gentlemen. The airplane you're about to see from behind the building on the left, a 767, that began in 1991. When was the fall of the Berlin Wall? Wasn't that in 1991? Or was that earlier? Was that in the late... That wasn't in 87 or so, was it? No, that was when the Chernobyl incident happened. 86 or 87. I was still very young, so I don't remember exactly, but anyway, the United 767 that will will get visible any moment now. Yeah, there you go. There you see its winglet already. Began flying in 1991. I was still in elementary school for another 3 or so years, and I probably hadn't even begun learning English back then. Ah, Fall of the Berlin Wall was in 1989. Right, well. So only 2 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, this airplane already began flying and has been flying ever since. Let that sink in, ladies and gentlemen. What have you all been doing ever since then? And imagine how many miles this airframe must have already gathered. Probably went through a couple of engines as well during its lifetime. I wonder how many engines there have been on this airplane in its career as a professional airplane. Malcolm, good morning. Y'all have a good day and weekend. Same to you, buddy. Happy weekend, happy Friday. Wouter, goedemorgen. Noah Jens, good morning. Ramon, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. Everybody chiming in, nice. How many of you remember from memory, and how many of you quickly Googled it? Hey, the Chinese A350 to Taipei. Where's it going to, guys? Is it coming this way or is it going to the center again? It's 11:36, so within a couple of minutes the center runway is probably going to reopen for departures. Right, United. United going to Washington. And we have another Sarah in the chat. Sarah Eats Cake, who's tuning in from New Zealand. Thank you so much for your kind words. You're welcome. Nice of you to say hi. More Kiwis in the chat representing Down Under. All the Aussies and Kiwis in the house, let yourself be heard. Hey, that Chinese A350 is coming this way. That's good news. Do you guys see? Awesome, we're going to get... Is that an angry Chinese or is that the one? Oh, that's the one with the flower. So it's Chinese, but it isn't. How to rub people the wrong way? Call this a Chinese airplane. Bear in mind, you do run the risk of getting triggered if you keep watching AMS live for extended periods of time. Comes with the territory. Alright, it's turning and burning. United Flight 947 to Washington. It's the November 641 Uniform Alpha. And it's a 767-300 or 35 years old, first flight March 1991. And a nice flyby in the background of a KLM Embraer. Paladin 1971, good morning to you. Tuning in from Texas, Texas. Welcome to the show. What time is it in Texas right now? How many hours of time difference? Is that 7 or so? It's probably 7, right? All right. Sarah Deal, the real deal, from Boston, Massachusetts, or near Boston, I should say. This airplane is coming to you. It's... Oh, and in fact, the Delta behind it is two back-to-back flights to Boston, Massachusetts. There we go. JetBlue Flight 32. And this is Delta Airlines Flight 243. I wonder if they'll be flying right behind each other to Boston across the ocean. Are they going to be on the same North Atlantic track? Well, no, they're probably going to have at least altitude separation or spatial separation if they arrive at the North Atlantic tracks roughly simultaneously. Because you need spatial separation if they're on the same flight level. 4:40 a.m. in Texas, so that's 7 hours of time difference, right? So that is 7 hours, if I'm not mistaken. And we have a race all the way to Boston, indeed, Flores. The winner is probably going to be the one who doesn't have to fly furthest to enter the North Atlantic track today. The one that needs to fly furthest to get on it is probably going to be the last to arrive. Contender number 1, an A321neo from JetBlue. The November 4077 Juliet. Only 2 years old. First flight November 2023. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 243. The November 432 Delta X-Ray. That's an A330neo. Yeah, plenty year old. First flight January 2025. Wouter says that Delta will be JetBlue to Boston. Well, ladies and gentlemen, place your bets. We'll be able to see tomorrow. A350 is also coming this way. Should be the next departure. All right. Here it is. Good morning, free LP team. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and this is Delta Airlines Flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts. Meanwhile, Chrissy Coot is doing morning cardio over here. Sometimes making clicking noises. Not sure if you guys can pick that up on the mic. Click. Click. What is that? It's not like he cannot see and he needs radar or something. Fidel Castro. I can hear traffic overhead. Can I see something? No, but there is blue overhead, so slowly but surely things are improving. Right. Focus back to auto to infinity. Let's see. So if Buiderbaan is in use, and they're also using Amsterdam still, then the central runway is not open for business yet. That's interesting. Is Turkish coming this way, or will that be oh yeah, leaving from center? So thanks for the heads up, W. I was already answering the question that I was about to ask just now. So center will reopen again pretty soon. Lucky us that China Airlines to Taipei is coming this way. It's an angry looking A350. Or angry, it's also a bit sad. I don't want to go back to Taipei. Yeah, the A350 looks a bit unhappy. China Airlines Flight 74 to Taipei. Registration Bravo 18909. 8 years old already and already rolling. First flight was in July 2017. Come on in with that growl. You know you want to. Ooh. For a brief moment I saw an airplane passing overhead. It wasn't producing a contrail, but it's already behind the clouds. Are we going to be able to see it? Well, briefly. I think that was the Chinese Dreamliner that took off from Brussels, climbing out to China, but not yet on an altitude where it's producing a contrail. Turn that frown upside down indeed, Paul. And the first A350 will be called PHZNA. That's interesting. ZNA. Right, well. Can't wait for it to get delivered. Hopefully they'll deliver it on another day than a Tuesday or a Wednesday. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Sierra 78710 and a nice combo shot with the A350. Wow, lovely. On its way to Toronto in Canada. So this is the latest and greatest, right? First flight January 2026. John, that's Canadian. Goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Kip Julia, goedemorgen. Ramon, goedemorgen. Right, it's 11:48 and the center runway is going to reopen pretty soon. We've got another airplane here that is leaving for Tenerife. Fly4 Airlines. We've seen it before last week. A glimpse of it, I think. Fly4 Airlines is flying on behalf of TUI. It says TFL here on flight radar, TFL 7 Victor November. The flight number OR 1663, indicative that it is a flight that is being performed for TUI. Fly4 Airlines 737-800, Irish registered. EIFFD Foxtrot Delta. Now rolling. 12 years old already. First flight April 2013. And in the meantime, Lucas the chemist is returning into the Aurora Sky Lounge. Welcome back, mate. Thank you for the vote of confidence. We kept your seat warm. And everything is still the way you left it. Welcome back, Lucas. Good to have you back. Thanks for the vote of confidence and renewing your membership. Now, have a look. What does it remind you of? I think it looks like the PHGOV, but only 2/3 of it. We're missing the dark part. It almost looks like the GOV. And Roy, also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. The flight 42E brought me home Wednesday from Tenerife. Okay, so how was the flight? It's not the newest, not the latest and greatest. Willem Wolters, goedemorgen. And Bob is returning, headed for the Lurkers Lounge. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. And enjoy the lounge. Croatia Airlines flight 451 to Zagreb. Bombardier C-Series 300. John says, when we arrived in the Philippines, we had 3 go-arounds because they were not ready to task us in yet. What? Was ATC still asleep or were they finishing their dinner or something? That's odd to go around because they weren't ready yet. What does that even mean? Well, as long as the plane has enough fuel, it means free tours around the Philippines for you guys. I can imagine after such a long flight, you guys wanted to leave and head for the hotel and unwind a little. BA Flight 431 to London Heathrow. London, you might ask? Yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Klaas is still waiting for Thunderbird 1, but no luck, I guess. Well, Leo would probably say first the Hindenburg would have to pass by. But yeah, Thunderbird 1 hasn't been sighted yet. I will do a shout out to you, Klaas, if we do happen to see it. Not sure what its estimated time of departure is, but we'll see. Steven has to leave. Thanks for stopping by, Steven. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you again tomorrow. Mansmancer is going on a break. See you later, mate. Mazi Akbari, good morning. Welcome to the channel, mate. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated if people say hi. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. There's no such thing as a stupid question. There are a great many people watching together. They know quite a lot, so they'll happily try to answer any questions that you might be having. Just arrived or if you're about to leave, don't forget to leave a like on your way in or out if you are enjoying the show or have been enjoying the show. It will help tremendously to bring in more people in the future. The more the merrier. We have ample room here in the lounge. Alright, and we can establish that center has again opened up for departures, so that's probably going to be until approximately 1 o'clock, and then from 1 till 2, once again, Polderbaan, the only runway for outbound traffic for an hour or so. Whether or not there are 747s expected to leave, I don't know. Truth be told, I never checked because the departure times of the cargos are almost always wrong. I'm always of the opinion seeing is believing, and we'll see what happens. Chris Scoot and his mate are grazing in the grass, looking for fibrous breakfast after having done their morning lap in the water. There's a Chinese triple coming this way. Chinese triple China Southern Cargo Flight 452 to Shanghai. That's the Bravo 2042. That's slowly but surely coming this way. Turkish Airlines Flight 1952 is going to the threshold of the center runway. In the meantime, Chris and Curtis are grazing. I think the Chinese triple should become visible pretty soon. It has taken a left-hand turn, coming from the main platform area, now coming over to the Polderbaan. Klaas wonders what the emoji means. A beaver with a headset holding planes. Klaas obviously never played Duck Hunt on the Nintendo 8-bit when he was younger. If he had, he would have immediately recognized it. In the meantime, bird control is doing a runway inspection here in the foreground. K1, that's the new K1, the new Ford Ranger Raptor. And there's the Chinese triple to Shanghai in China. Caleb Flight 877 to Mumbai is also making its way over to the center runway. United Airlines Flight 908 is pinging, as is TUI Flight 393 to Bonaire. So those are probably going to be coming this way at some point. Landings in the distance, that's going to the Aalsmeerbaan, that's going to runway 36 right. So the A380 is probably, well, it's shortly after 2 o'clock arriving, wasn't it? If they're keeping the Kaagbaan open as primary runway for inbound traffic, it might be going to the Kaagbaan. If it makes up time and is coming here... No, wait. Yeah, no. If there are 2 runways open for arrivals between 1 and 2, if it makes up time, it's going to the Aalsmeerbaan. If it is landing here after 2 o'clock, chances are it's probably going to go to the Kaagbaan. But it depends on the runway use. Slylar is new and from Washington State, United States. Get to watch 737 Maxes every day. I love planes so much. Thank you for the plane spotting. Slylar, welcome to the channel, mate. Nice of you to say hi. If you're from Washington State, you'll probably see a lot of traffic from the Boeing factory. Or do they take place somewhere else? Nice of you to say hi. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but this is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Chris Coot is also saying hi. He's also saying, don't forget to leave a like if you are enjoying the show. You're absolutely right, mate. I keep forgetting to stress that. The wind is slowly but surely calming down. This morning we had double-digit wind speeds. It was quite windy overnight. Rainy as well, thunderstorms yesterday evening. Although the wind, judging the wind on the scale of chimney smoke, still looks pretty fierce. It's not too bad. Big picture wise, it is still cloudy, but there are some openings here and there. As you can see. There's the Chinese 777. China Southern Flight 452, going to Shanghai in China, the Bravo 2042. It's a 777 freighter. It's 12 years old already. First flight was in July 2013. Avgeeks, goedemorgen. Just about, yep, 1 minute left. Or at least after 12, people usually start saying good afternoon. Is there anywhere in the world where that is different? I wonder. Or is that a universal thing? Once the clock strikes 12, you start saying good afternoon instead of good morning. W has had a look and came back with the sad news that there are no departing 747s expected until 4. So what a difference, eh? Yesterday a shitload of 747s arriving and today none of them leaving. What is leaving is Turkish flight 1952 back to Istanbul, Turkey. Triple over here to China is also splitting up. Everything happens all at once. Another angry looking Chinese. Or sad. Dirty flaps, dirty flaps. Typical Chinese triple. Wonder why it is that the Chinese triples often have dirty flaps. Do they not care about keeping those flap surfaces clean? Do they think it is more cost effective to leave it instead of to clean it? I wonder what arguments they're using for keeping them the way they do. Right, parallel departures in progress. KLM flight 8, is that 877 to Mumbai? I think it is. So we have regular KLM going to Asia and we have KLM Asia going to Latin America. Makes sense, doesn't it? Nah, cannot read the registration. Right. Finnair to Helsinki is coming this way. Unfortunately for us, it is it's an A321, is it? A321. No A350 today. And this is KLM flight 1167 to Bergen. 737-700. The Papa Hotel Bravo Golf Foxtrot. Yeah, plane is 17 years old. First flight was in October 2008. Peter says that the flaps are too high for them to reach. They have ladders, don't they? Come on. Surely they must have ladders. Order one on AliExpress. Oh wait. Hey, and it seems that we've crossed through 500 likes. That's a nice feat. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Your likes are a great help to bring in more people in the future. The more the merrier. I'm glad to hear you guys are enjoying, or at least 500 of you are halfway to an airplane dance, which I'm not sure is in the books for today, but who knows what the weekend might bring. Air France with an Embraer 190. Is it Air France or is it KLM? It's KLM. KLM flight 1431 going to Lyon. something we've been seeing more recently, that KLM is also using Air France Embraers for their flights. Makes me wonder if Air France has an excess of airplanes, or if they have to scrape flights or get their airplanes from abroad or from other carriers instead. Is that Delta? Is that Delta? From here it sure looks like Delta. If it is, it probably means that they are back to using the north-south runways, which probably means that runway 06, the Kaagbaan, is the secondary runway for arrival. So they are using the Kaagbaan in case of need, and instead of using the center runway, which I thought they were going to do. Right, interesting. Quite interesting. Right. The next airplane lined up. Going to Aberdeen in Scotland. Let's KLM flight 915. Finnair is also coming this way. United Airlines flight 908 is coming. That's the third 767 of the show. TUI to Bonaire is on the move. Quite a few airplanes are on the move. And indeed, Ricardo, Airbus A350s are expected later in the year to be delivered to KLM. Looking forward to that. Finally. It's about time, isn't it? So what they're doing over there, I don't know. Excavators in the foreground, and somewhere behind it should be the Finnair tail. There it is, Finnair, flight 1302 to bloody Helsinki in Finland. Parallel departures in progress. KLM flight 1325, just having taken off from runway center. Embraer 175 on its way to Poland, to Krakow. Hey, La Liners is also back. Long time no see indeed. Hey Pete, what up mate? Veronique, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan. Runway 36 left. One of two runways now in use for departures until approximately 1 o'clock. After that, it's probably going to be the Polderbaan exclusively again for another hour. The outbound power hour. Finnair is making its way over to the threshold. There's an Embraer 175 to Oslo following. United Airlines is on the move, the third 767 of the show. Earlier this morning we already saw the A340. I think that the highlight reel today is going to be very short. We saw the Team USA taking off from here. And there were a few glimpses of 747s and the Orange Pride in the background landing on runway 24. Emirates Sky Cargo to Frankfurt, also pinging on the cargo apron. That's going to be taking off via the center runway, but we should still be able to see that quite well from over here. W is indicating that Transavia Retro is going to be leaving for Porto and Portugal via the center runway 1:45. Yeah, that's piss poor timing, because center will be open by then. Will still be open. Right, Emirates Sky Cargo to Dubai and to Frankfurt on the move. Also a 777 to Hyderabad. Right, Finnair, flight 1302 to bloody Helsinki in Finland, the OHLZT. The airplane is 8 years old, its first flight was in December 2017. David Wolf also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. And rolling. Up and away. Now, as you guys can see, people have arrived here. There are a few people sitting north of me. There are also some people who have arrived at the end of the other road on the other side. Yeah, well, I think formally it's not allowed to park or stand still. Garbage bin, car, and a family. In the background, Rembrandt Tower near Amstel Station, Amsterdam Amstel, and a retired church now used for offices, rental offices. Embraers taking off here and there. Another exodus of Embraers. Also a period that you have to wade through before more interesting airplanes are leaving. Now, Center is going to get quite a few wide bodies already in short notice. We have to wait a bit longer. The United 767 is approaching, but not before the SAS A320neo to Copenhagen has arrived over here, and there's also an Embraer 190 right behind the 767. I wouldn't be surprised if the Embraer 190 to Inverness is going to be taking Cheaters Lane pretty soon, and will be leaving before the 767. Emirates Sky Cargo to Frankfurt lined up right now. The 777 to Dubai is not moving yet. But there it is. Emirates Sky Cargo on its way to Frankfurt, clearing the ground. Seems to be relatively light, already climbing rather steeply. Early rotation as well. Phil Kestrel in the foreground. Have a look. Also one of those steep climbers. Lovely livery, the updated standard livery with the ribbon tail, which our members already have access to for such a long time. But if you don't want to have access to it anymore, vote for change in the community section for members if you haven't done so already. There's a poll running in the community section for members. to determine whether or not you guys want change in the emoji offering. We cannot get more unless we have a shitload of new members, which I don't think is going to happen anytime soon. But we are, of course, able to replace old ones with new. If you haven't voted yet, go over to the community section and head over there, cast your vote. The poll will run for a month, so that everybody who wants to vote will get an opportunity to do so. Not everybody is always able to tune in every week, so I'm going to give this a few weeks. United Airlines, the third 767 of the show. Quite a treat lately. United flying to Amsterdam with their 767s. Last few streams we were here, we've consistently been able to see 3 in each show. That's not a given. TUI Dreamliner. TUI Dreamliner going to Bonaire. That's interesting. It's going to Bonaire, which is lying west of the Netherlands, and yet it is taking off via center and is turning to the south. Right, bird control over there, and SAS flight 1548 to Copenhagen is lined up already. As expected, the Embraer 190 to Inverness is taking the cheaters lane, so that it can take off before the 767 of United. Exactly what we expected was going to happen. Current status quo, this is what things look like to the north. This is what things look like to the west. This is what things look like to the east. You might be hearing Chris Coot over here. Finally, looking to the south. That's where things seem to be most clouded right now. Embraer 190 to Inverness, Scotland, and after that we are going to see United Airlines flight 908 to Chicago. Hey RDW, goedemiddag. Judith, good evening, good to see you again. Long time no see, Judith. Hope all has been well. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. If you're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We are here at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. One of 2 runways are used for departures. The wind is blowing from the northwest. And this is United Airlines flight 908 to Chicago. November 763 Uniform Alpha. This is 26 years old already, first flight December 1999. Yes, and Steve Madison tuning in from Inverness. I'll be keeping a lookout for her arrival. She should be there in an hour or so. An hour and a half or so. Third 767 of the show. 3 already. Would be even more fun if Iceland Air also sent a 767 over to Amsterdam. But that probably didn't happen, did it? Smoky engines. Hey Jordi, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Alright, bird control in the grass. What are you doing there? Everybody knows that birds never sit in the grass, do they? In the meantime, KLM flight 1305 to Gdansk in Poland is lined up over here. Again, I'm not getting it. So the plane to Bonaire, an ambulance is passing by here. Okay, that's funny. Yeah, and hard to see it. Camera is just too low, I think. Yeah, just about visible. So there was a departure to Bonaire, west of the Netherlands, that took off center, and this is a departure to Gdansk, which lies to the east of Amsterdam and the Netherlands, and that is taking the Polderbaan. I'm not following. Welcome to Schiphol Airport, where not everything is what it seems to be. Departures, another widebody just now took off via the center runway. Another KLM Asia 777, is that going to Latin America? No, it's actually going to Asia, Hyderabad. KLM flight 873. Interesting. Hey there Dino, goedemiddag. Brian Andy, good afternoon. Adrie, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. Oh, and the sun once again, albeit briefly, shining without any hindrance. Nice and warm. We should have nice spring-like weather in the upcoming days. Maybe a droplet now and then, but it should not amount to much, and it should mostly fall either in afternoons or nights or evenings. Now, quite a bit of movement on the platform. If you filter for outbound traffic, American Airlines Flight 203 to Philadelphia is on the move, as is Air Canada Flight 901. Those are all coming this way. The Emirates Sky Cargo to Dubai World Center is also on the move, and it looks to be on the taxiway that the airplanes that go around the center runway are usually on. That would be surprising. The taxiway Emirates Sky Cargo is on. Oh wait, no, it's it's now looking like it's going to the taxiway. Oh yeah, it's already, yeah. Is it taking Cheater's Lane? Or, well, they definitely are changing taxi lanes now and are going to the taxi lane that traffic to the central runway usually takes. For a moment, I had a glimmer of hope. Hey, Yin, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. EasyJet arriving and KLM is leaving. KLM flight 1233 to Gothenburg, another Embraer, an Embraer 175. Bada bing, bada boom. this is what things look like if you are standing over here and you don't have a camera with which you can zoom in. And a departure from center as well. That's KLM flight 1921 to Zurich. Little 737-700 without a carrying cabin. Nederlands Taco, goedemiddag. Good to see you, mate. Honda has to go. Thank you for stopping by, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you again tomorrow. Tractor on the move. It's green, but is it Fendt or is it John Deere? Oh dear, John Deere. A319 EasyJet flight 25531 to Bristol. And Emirates Sky Cargo is also taking off. Find that to be a bit more interesting to follow, so bye bye. Emirates Sky Cargo flight 9964 on its way to Dubai World Center. Old livery, no ribbon tail yet. That's a pity. So, looking up, we definitely have more bits of blue here and there. I'm looking to see if I can spot any contrails in those blue bits, but unfortunately that is not the case. Nice bit of land that still has to be worked, I think. I don't think they've shown anything on it yet, but they'll probably start doing that pretty soon. This is a field of wheat. It looks like grassland. Further to the left, back to the parking lot, there are more patches of land that I think they have sown with winter wheat. Looks like grassland, but wait half a year or less, probably less, and it will get golden yellow. Absolutely lovely. Sparta Rotterdam, goedemiddag, good to see you, mate. Air Arabia Maroc to Nador is lining up on the center runway. Over there is KLM flight 1295 to Billund. Or at least it should be there somewhere. It's not already further up ahead, is it? No. It's a bit hard to see because there is a lot of heat wave distortion and there are also some dunes or something in the way. It should be coming this way. KLM flight 1295 to Billund and then Embraer 190. Air Canada is coming, American Airlines is coming, slowly but surely. There's the Embraer. The pipes are still here. The excavators are a bit further down the road, so to speak. There's somebody standing on the bridge. Donald and Daisy yesterday were sitting on the pipes, nice and sunny, high and dry. More departures from center. This is Air Arabia Morocco. No, no, Air Arabia Morocco. That's going to Nador. Nador is in Morocco, and Morocco is in the north of
Africa.
W says Condor A330 beige beach livery, Frankfurt to New York JFK, flying now over the north of Alphen aan den Rijn. So that should be coming this way. It's probably going to pass south of me, isn't it? A bit south of me, there's cloudiness. And over where the blue gap is, I am not seeing any airplanes, nor do I see any contrails. So I fear I might not be able to show you the caterpillar, the green caterpillar. I do think I hear it. I think I'm almost certainly hearing it. Chris says, looks like the TUI to Bonaire is flying a route to the south near Paris to avoid headwind instead of going the general route over the UK. Ah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, well, there obviously had to be a reason. Weather is usually a good reason. Right, KLM flight 1295, the Billund. We can see it is the Embraer 190 in the SkyTeam livery. That's the BXO, isn't it? Now wait, the BXO is the 737-900. This was EX something. Let me just click on flight radar. EZX. EZX. Okay, I'm in the SkyTeam livery. Right, well, the heavy hitters are coming. Or at least two of them are. Air Canada over there, in the bank robber livery, flight 901. And it is going to be followed by American Airlines, flight 203 to Philadelphia, which should be coming, it should become visible from behind the building pretty soon. In the meantime, over here we have EasyJet flight 27835 to Glasgow? Yeah, Glasgow. A320neo. Air Arabia Morocco to Tangier just now took off from the center runway. Hey, Miss Magic Memories, goedemiddag, good afternoon. This is Austrian registered, the OELST, Lima Sierra Tango. 2-year-old airplane, first flight February 2024. So it's 12:33, that means less than half an hour of parallel departures, and then it's back to the Polderbaan exclusively. Canada is going to be next. Air Canada flight 901. American Airlines flight 203 next thereafter. Kermit the Frog is making some sounds. And I'm also looking right of me. I thought I heard sirens. I do see an ambulance driving over there, but I'm not sure if it has... Oh yeah, so that is what I was hearing. You're probably not hearing the siren. I'm not sure if it's still on. I think they only turned it on when they entered the crossing. Air Canada flight 901 to Montreal, Canada, ready to go. The Charlie Golf Hotel Papa X-ray. It's not even. It doesn't even have Quebec in the registration. It's a 7878 Dreamliner, 11 years old. First flight October 2014. Look at the wing shape. Pretty horizontal wings. They are facing upward a little bit, but look at how that angle changes as the airplane gains more speed. It's already a bit higher. Still more higher. And then rotation. And you've got a Wallaby Flying Amos Live logo. The backdrop is pretty cloudy. There are a few patches of blue here and there, but not that many. Next up is going to be American Airlines Flight 203 to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Lined up already. November 822 Alpha November. That's a 7879 Dreamliner. 9 years old. First flight September 2016. It's begun to move. Sanders Shinobi also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Look at it shine. Alright. Hey, Cathay A350 to Hong Kong is pinging. That's probably still a bit too early to be coming to the Polderbaan already, or are we going to be lucky today? Dare I ask what runway the A350-1000 has been assigned to? Right. Mustn't forget to keep to stay hydrated. Just pouring a small glass. Bottoms up, guys. Hope you guys are still enjoying the show. If you are, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. We're still waiting for the outbound power hour between 1 and 2. Central runway is expected to close again in approximately 20 minutes from now, and everything that will be leaving Schiphol between 1 and 2 p.m. will be leaving via this runway then. KLM flight 1177 on the move, going to Stavanger. E2 Embraer to Dublin next after that, and then E2 Embraer to Glasgow after that. If you guys are into E2 Embraers, the next 2 airplanes will be for you. Now, if you remember, don't forget to cast your vote. There's a poll running for a few weeks. It's opened yesterday. Members only. It's about what to do with the custom emoji. Since it's going to be a long time before we'll get a 35th custom emoji, and we've been using the current set for a sizable time already. If you guys want any change, let your voice be heard, and we can get going. Uh-oh, Belgian in the chat. Hadi Lise, goedemiddag. Eet smakelijk. Thanks for the heads up, W. Retro Transavia is now lined up on the center runway. Transavia flight 6001 to Portugal. Ah, there it is. Firework being set off by the bird controllers. That's further north of us. Transavia Retro on its way to Porto in Portugal. Still remember the day we were at the Kaagbaan and this airplane got delivered. Landed on the Meerbaan or the Oostbaan. Later that very day it already had its first flights with passengers. Work, work, work. Mark Brandt, howdy. Alles lekker daar in Holland. Alles goed, ja hoor. Can't complain over here. Now, Mort, where are you tuning in from? If you're talking about Holland, I am assuming you are probably abroad right now. Not sure if you already mentioned it before, but if you did, I must have forgotten. Klaas Pieters, goedemiddag, good afternoon, and welcome to the show, everybody else. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we're here at the Polderbaan. Runway 36 left. And what is that vehicle approaching the other side? That's not Kmar, is it? No. No, it's a Jeep. A Jeep. Talking about a Karen cabin. That's for Karen and her mother. Very spacious. Parallel departures in progress right now, but for how much longer? Because I don't see any traffic going to the center runway right away. I hope, of course, that this is an early opening of just the Polderbaan. Yeah, there's still a bunch going to the center runway probably. Aegean, the KLM to Frankfurt, those are probably all going to be leaving via the center runway still. Cathay Cargo, no, not Cathay Cargo, Cathay Pacific. It's still there. It's not begun to move yet. What runway has it been assigned to? Probably center right. Ah, Portugal. How's the weather over there, Mart? And it seems that we have crossed through 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Your likes really help a great deal to bring in more people in the future. The more the merrier. Glad to hear you guys are enjoying the show. Weather this weekend should be good. We should be able to go out for a stream tomorrow and on Sunday too. Think, if I recall correctly, that the wind is going to change to southwesterly again tomorrow. Which probably means arrivals here on this runway once again. If that's the case, it might be a good day to be going to the north side. Film arrivals on the Polderbaan like you would see it on the Kaagbaan. Cathay still ready to go to center. Thanks for looking that up, Maria. Unfortunate for us, but not unexpected. Sander has to go. See you later, mate. You have a nice day at work. Hopefully see you again soon, mate. Thought I saw that Jen Russick was already announcing to come over this weekend. Looking forward to that, mate. Always gezellig. Transavia on the move. Henky Boy is tuning in from Norway. Goedemorgen. Good afternoon, I should say. Goedemiddag. How's life in Norway? It was pretty cold in Norway and the Nordic countries not too long ago. Has it warmed up a bit already? Now look on Flight Radar and you can see quite a few wide bodies that are in the process of pushback or taxi. A few of them are still headed for the center runway, the A350, probably the KLM to Nairobi as well. There's also traffic coming our way. Let's see, is this Aegean? I think it might be. Yep, the G is going back to Athens. AG, no more in the house. Let's see, it's all narrow bodies for the time being at the center runway as well. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke. Currently it looks like this. Waiting for the next traffic as we see the A350-1000 in the background. Going to the center runway. That's the Cathay Pacific A350. Narrow bodies, Exodus, and after that, the heavy hitters are going to make their appearance. Both here on the Polderbaan and on the center runway. Now you can see what we can see of departures from the center runway from here. Visibility is quite good. That's good because we are going to miss out on the A350-1000 sadly, and also the 787-10 to Nairobi probably. But there is Air Canada underway. We have KLM Flight 641 to New York coming this way. KLM Flight 677 to Calgary is coming this way. Delta Airlines Flight 163 to Minneapolis is in the process of getting pushed back. KLM Flight 611 to Chicago is coming this way. So the heavies are coming to the Polderbaan and they should be arriving here soon. In the meantime, let's prepare for the departure of the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 to Hong Kong, Flight 270. That's making its way over to the threshold of the center runway, Lining up on that same threshold is KLM flight 1843 to Nuremberg. That's first going to take off, and after that the A350 1000. In the meantime, the wide bodies are all coming this way. So should be good. Looks like we'll have a moment to update the meter in the ticker. Let me refresh and see if I can copy paste that into the ticker for you guys. Wind has calmed down. It was 16 knots this morning. It has died down to 7 knots right now. I've updated the meter in the ticker. The report from 10:25 Zulu time, that's 12:25 local time, which you can find in the bottom left corner of your screen. So, 7 knots of wind from 320 degrees. Wind direction variable between west and north. Northwesterly wind, eh? Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Few clouds at 2,700 feet. Scattered clouds at 3,600 feet. 10 degrees Celsius is the temperature. It's still a bit chilly, but without a piercing wind, it's doable. 10 Celsius is approximately 50 Fahrenheit. The air pressure is around 1,020 hectopascals. There's number 175 to Basel, which is taking Cheater's Lane on the center runway, so the A350 is not going to take off right away. It looks to become the second one. Followed immediately after by the 787-10 to Nairobi in Kenya. In the meantime, Air Canada is coming, the first of the wide bodies that are headed for the Polderbaan. Karsten has to go offline soon. Thank you for joining, mate. Hopefully we'll see you again in the weekend. You can count on me going out tomorrow and on Sunday. Hopefully we'll see you then, Karsten. If not, enjoy the rest of your weekend. And we'll see you again soon enough, undoubtedly. Now, if only we could stand at the roundabout further south. We could see them all coming. Hey, Davey, happy weekend. And Teddy Bear 5043 is greeting us from the States. Just subscribe to the channel. Nice of you to say hi, mate. Where in the States are you from? And welcome to AMS Live. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it's always appreciated if people say hi. Many people are watching together, they know a lot, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Pedro, bom dia, tuning in from Portugal. Welcome to the channel, buddy. I think, is that the A350? Yep. Cathay Pacific, flight 270 to Hong Kong, the A350 1000, now taking off via the center runway. Gear up. Up, and away it goes. Hey, linear formation of a cloud. What would you call this? A cloud street. Another one for the bingo card. Meanwhile, we have arrivals here. Air Canada is making its way over to the threshold. We have a cheater on cheater's lane. And there's a 787-10 to Nairobi in Kenya. That is now taking off via center. And Nairobi is in Kenya. And Kenya is, of course, in Africa. But you guys already knew that. And there it is. Flex, flex, flex your wings. Alright, it's time for Air Canada. Air Canada flight 809, leaving for Toronto in a moment. The Charlie Golf Hotel Papa Tango. 7878. 11 years old, first flight May 2014. And Teddy Bear is from the East Coast, Connecticut. Well, welcome to the channel, mate. That's a 6-hour time difference, right? So, almost 7 a.m. then. Next up, Caleb, flight 641 to New York, JFK. It's 12:57 on my phone. That means that the center runway will close pretty soon. Any moment now. Let's see how many airplanes are still there. It's 3 narrow bodies, maybe 4. Transavia to Palma de Mallorca will probably also still be leaving via that runway. That's nice. A lot of the wide bodies are coming this way. Hey, that sounds like a good breakfast, Teddy Bear. A cup of coffee and a muffin. Hey, Michael DCA is also back. Good to see you, Michael. And Wouter will be flying on Sunday, the 19th. Really early. Where are you going to, Wouter? En Lisa's lunch break is over. Zie je straks, tot straks, werk ze. See you in a bit. Ooh, nice. Going to Kos. Hopefully good weather. That should not be a problem, most likely this time of year. The power hour of outbound traffic of the Polderbaan is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost 1 o'clock. And that means that the center runway is going to close pretty soon. Means that in the upcoming hours, all outbound traffic, including all the wide bodies, regardless of whether they are going to the east or west, will be leaving via the Polderbaan. If you look at flight radar, quite a few airplanes are already alive and are destined to go out. Quite a few of them will be coming this way. I think that everything until Air Oink Oink to Istanbul is probably still going to be taking off the center runway. But that's okay. All the narrow bodies are taking the center runway and all the wide bodies are coming this way. This is an Embraer of KLM. Look at the winglets, you'll see they are relatively vertical and relatively minor in size. That makes it an Embraer 190. If the winglets are more outward facing than upward facing and are bigger, if it's a KLM, you'll be dealing with an Embraer 175. And if your KLM Embraer does not have any winglets but big ass engines, it's an E2 Embraer 195. We have Chris Kloot over here patrolling. And his mate not too far back. Next up is going to be KLM flight 927, a 737-900 going to Scotland all the way to Eden.
Bruh.
It's the Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Papa. Hey Max, happy Orthodox Easter to you too. Brian asks, why does the runway close? Well, the center runway is going to close because it is a secondary runway. Here at Schiphol there are a lot of people living around Schiphol Airport, so sound is always a thing for the people living around Schiphol Airport. And the runway we're now next to has been erected in 2003, particularly for that reason. As you can see when I film the surroundings, it's relatively far away from all the urbanized areas, and the routes of the airplanes flying to this runway and away from this runway are nicely in between all the places where people live. So this is one of the preferential runways of Schiphol. The other one is the Kaagbaan. Means that whenever it is possible, they want to keep these runways open for use, and the other runways are secondary runways. So what they do, traffic here comes in waves. You have inbound peaks and then immediately followed by outbound peaks. Whenever there's a peak, they'll have two runways open for that type of traffic. So if there is an outbound peak, they'll have two runways open for outbound traffic, and if there's an inbound peak, they'll keep open two runways for inbound traffic. Polderbaan is the primary runway for outbound traffic today, and secondary runway for outbound traffic is the center runway. Means that if we transition from an outbound peak like we had just now and transition to an inbound peak like we are having right now, that the runways are going to change, and instead of having two runways open for outbound traffic, we're now going to get two runways open for inbound traffic, and instead of having two runways open for outbound traffic, instead of one for inbound, we're going to have two for inbound. Later, if the wind doesn't change, later when the current inbound peak is over and we're transitioning back to another outbound peak. The secondary runway for outbound traffic, which today is the center runway, will reopen again. And then one of the two runways that will be open for the arrivals is going to close again as well. So there's almost always 3 runways open, depending on the time of day. In the early morning, you may have 1 runway open for inbound and 1 for outbound, and have only 2 runways open in total. The same these days for dinner time. Around 6 p.m. we also often have an hour or so where there's only 1 runway open for inbound and 1 for outbound, and in the night obviously as well. But during the day, during the peak moments where traffic is at its busiest, there's almost always 3 runways open, and depending on whether we have an outbound rush hour or inbound rush hour, it's 2 for inbound, 1 for outbound, or vice versa. This is KLM flight 955 E2 Embraer 195 to Newcastle, and Delta Airlines flight 163 to Minneapolis is also coming this way. Right, let's have a look. Right, current runway use, inbound 27 and center. Interesting. Something I will update in a moment. Hey Petra, goedemiddag, good afternoon. And good afternoon to everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, we're here at the Polderbaan. Now, having become the only runway for outbound traffic. And 2 runways open for inbound. Runways 27. And now also the center runway is being used for inbound traffic. And just like yesterday, today too we see that the Bezoek bus information is not always accurate. Often it is pretty accurate, but not always. We have to wait a bit for the next traffic to be coming this way. Delta Airlines flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota is coming this way. Gives me a moment to have a quick update of the runway use. So departures is 36 left. And arrivals is runway 27. And also 36C. Here you go. LVNL website, Dutch air traffic control website, showing us the current active runways. We are standing approximately over here. Polderbaan for the upcoming hour, the only runway for outbound traffic, and runway 27 near the McDonald's. The McDonald's is situated over here, and the center runway from the south are now in use for inbound traffic. Let's do another update of the meter, if that is working. Often I have to verify that you're a human, yeah, and then it gives an error oftentimes. Oh, not today. 5 knots of wind, so the wind is slowing down nicely. The wind is still blowing from the west, but it's varying between a little bit of the south of west and almost exactly north. Only 5 knots. It's still 10 degrees Celsius, around 50 F. Scattered clouds at 2,800 feet. Yeah, that's it. Not much to write home about. Jonesy Boy has to log off. Thank you so much for joining, mate. Hopefully see you again tomorrow or Sunday. I will be there. Hope you will be there as well. We're not done with the stream just yet because the power hour is upon us. Also interesting is that the Emirates A380 is still coming. It's expected around 209. I wonder what runway it will be assigned to. Could be that it's going to land on runway 27. We are able to see that from here, but not very well. Then again, if it's landing on center runway, it's also not optimal, but we should still see something. After 2 o'clock, that usually means back to one runway for inbound traffic. The question is that going to become 36 right, as it was this morning? Or is it going to stay runway 27? Not exactly sure. Hey, you're welcome, Brian. Hope I was able to elaborate the situation a little bit. Isn't that the case with all airports, that they have rush hours where there's more inbound and outbound traffic coming in? Here at Schiphol, of course, we have the luxury of having 6 runways in total, 5 major ones, and then, of course, still the shorter runway that can also be used, at least for narrow bodies, and also for a lot of wide bodies for landing. Schiphol has too many runways. Case in point, last week when we were at the McDonald's, if the center runway wasn't... normally speaking, the center runway would have been in use. It wasn't for whatever reason, probably because they're working on renewing the taxiways. But as a consequence of it, immediately things get more interesting at that location. While if you went there today, it's probably not going to be as exciting as it was when we were there last week on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. No, Saturday, Sunday and Monday. KLM, flight 1285 to Aalborg, Embraer 190. It's German Airways flying on behalf of KLM, and the bottom of the fuselage and the engine casings are BA blue. It used to be British Airways. It used to be British Airways, and then it became German Airways, and now it's flying on behalf of KLM. Right, it's time for another Delta A330. Delta Airlines flight 163 to Minneapolis, Minnesota, and after that a relocation flight, question mark, Delta Airlines 9891. Flight numbers starting with a 9 are almost always relocation flights. It's going to go to Boston. Hey Thijs, goedemiddag. Good to see ya. Welcome to the channel, one and all. Delta Airlines at 163. I think it's starting to get late down under because the Aussies and the Kiwis are slowly but surely announcing they are having to leave. Thank you so much for joining, Brian, and thank you so much, Bob, as well, for joining. Beauty sleep time. Bob has been having so many beauty sleeps, he should be looking like a model right now. Show a picture of yourself in the community section, mate. Let's see what the result of all those beauty sleeps is after all that time. Right, this is another Delta. It's going to go to Boston. I don't think it will have passengers on board, but Still, it will have to have fuel enough for it to reach Boston, so it's probably not going to be rotating as quickly as other big birds that we saw here. It's only 11:15 here, Maria says. Well, if you're a night owl, like you probably are to some extent, and like I am, it is still early. If I say that to Lisa, she'll be like, oh, it's time to go to bed. She'll usually be sleeping earlier already. My best mate too. Don't have to text him and expect a response if I text him after 10:30 p.m. Whereas when I am going to bed, it's almost never before midnight. Only if I'm really ill. So yeah, some people do need their beauty sleep already at 11:15 or earlier. Right, it's only 9:14 over here, John says. 9:16 as well in Brisbane. Mr. Mad About Planes says... Hey Suzanne, goedemiddag. Op welke dag kun je eigenlijk de meeste vliegtuigen zien op Schiphol? Is what Suzanne is asking in Dutch. That's Dutch for on what day can you see the most airplanes at Schiphol? I'm not sure if there is a particular day where you can see more airplanes than on other days. It's usually times of day that are more busy than others. The reason I am streaming in the morning hours for a big part is also because it is quite interesting with big birds taking off and arriving. In the middle of the day it's usually a bit calmer. In the evenings it's calmer, and there's also another rush hour of big planes coming in from Asia around dinner time here. You'll see a lot more planes to London City during weekdays, but that's an Embraer 190. If you want to see big birds, it doesn't necessarily have to be in the weekend, because for instance, Finnair flies the A350, but mostly during weekdays. We see them in the weekends as well, but not always. And the same for Air Europa. Air Europa is flying to Madrid, to and from Madrid, with Dreamliners a lot of the times, but also with narrow bodies. They often use narrow bodies in the weekend. There's almost no day that there isn't a lot of traffic. It's usually the times of day that matter more than the day of the week. Of course, there are more charter flights in vacation periods, but if you want to see the big airplanes, it's pretty consistent. There's not, at least no particular day of the week that comes to my mind that I say that I immediately say it's busier on that day than on other days. Yeah, in the morning it's always busy, both with inbound traffic and with outbound traffic. If you want to see big airplanes, Suzanne, then the mornings are, I think, probably best. If you come between 2 and 4, it's probably going to be mostly small airplanes that are arriving and taking off. And the big planes from Asia usually arrive between 5 p.m. and 8. The Emirates A380 is always approaching in the beginning of the afternoon. Like on a day like today, it is arriving shortly after 2 o'clock. Normally speaking, if there is stability in the Middle East, which is of course a big if, historically speaking, but it would arrive a bit earlier. Now, I'm not sure if Emirates flies 2 A380s to Schiphol again. I don't think they are, but maybe you guys know better. If you want to see the Emirates A380, in that case, if it's only flying once a day, you will have to come and be here in the beginning of the afternoon. In the wintertime, it is arriving a bit earlier. And before the things going on in the Middle East happened, the A380 was usually arriving between 1 and 2 o'clock. Right, this is number 175 to Bristol. I think we might get an A321neo from Transavia next, before the 777 to Panama City will be leaving. Michael DCA asks, is London City still closed on the weekends? That's a good question. I don't know for sure. I do know that KLM City Hopper doesn't fly to the airport in the weekends. Nor do I recall seeing BA City Flyer flying to Amsterdam on the weekends. Does that mean the runway is the airport is actually closed or not? I'm not sure. I'm inclined to say yes, but I don't know for sure. This is KLM Flight 757, which will be leaving for Panama City soon. It looks like the Transavia A321neo on Cheaters Lane is also holding short. So, oh yeah, see that the lights have turned on. The triple is going first. K Broadhead is tuning in from Sydney, where it is 9:20 p.m. We're watching Schiphol with the noise of Sydney 34 Lima departures behind me. 34 Lima, 34 left. Lima, left. Are there many wide bodies still taking off this time of day from Sydney? Right, Transavia on Cheers Lane is waiting its turn. Seems that the KLM is more important and will be leaving first. Lined up over there is KLM Flight 1801 to Düsseldorf, hometown of Jörg, aka JD. But not now. Makes me wonder, there's also an Embraer from KLM to Nantes behind this airplane at the threshold. Makes me wonder what is the order of departure. Will Transavia leave after this, or does KLM get... Do they get numbers 1 and 2? Well, the KLM Embraer is continuing to line up. Begs the question, will Transavia also start moving forward to line up? Because then Transavia will go ahead. Transavia, oh, poor Transavia. Well, there you go. You can see who rules supreme here at Schiphol Airport. It's KLM. It's telling. Transavia have to wait their turn, even though they are on Cheaters Lane. They're on Cheaters Lane, but they're not allowed to cheat. They'll have to wait their turn. It makes me wonder if the third Embraer 190 to Hanover that you now see on the left will also go ahead of the Transavia. Transavia has been waiting there all the while, but it's pretty sure that, or it's pretty obvious that KLM is more important. Right, so still an interesting mix of wide bodies taking off from Sydney. Hawaiian A330, Turkish A350, Scoot 789. Lovely. Wish we would get more international wide bodies here on Schiphol Airport. That would certainly help a great deal in getting more international appeal. Runway 27 is being used for arrivals, and from here, that's what it looks like. So there's a triple. Which one? Oh, that's Suparna. Suparna flying into runway 27. That's right near the McDonald's where I was filming from 3 days in a row last week. You might even get to see the golden arches somewhere. Yes, well, there you go. A clear demonstration of who is more important here at Schiphol Airport, KLM or Transavia. Even though Transavia over there, now starting to move forward, was on cheater's lane all along. 3 KLM Embraers were allowed to go first. Alright, Transavia lining up. In the background, KLM flight 791 to Sao Paulo. Yep, you're right, Davey. You get more wide bodies at AMS than we get at Brussels. Though you do get a couple of carriers that we don't get over here. But you're right, Brussels is much calmer, much less traffic. Then again, together Schiphol and Brussels probably aren't getting as much traffic as London does. So jealous of those who can stream at London or at LAX. LAX, of course, has a lot of wide bodies, A380s by the heaps, and good weather, generally speaking. Of course, London not necessarily better weather, but a heap of more wide bodies from all over the world. Plus, less runways. That makes it so much more interesting. Schiphol has too many runways and is too goddamn efficient. That's the thing, Schiphol is just too damn efficient. Right, 777-300 airtime, ladies and gentlemen. KLM flight 791 going to Sao Paulo. There it is. This is the PHBVR, the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Romeo. 9 years old, first flight May 2017. No, not 2017. 2016. May 2016. Yeah, you're right, Klaus. Frankfurt, with all those A340s and 747s, maybe even a tad better. Yep, this is the beaver, all right, Michael. Looks cleanly shaven. Right, that was the PH Beaver, as we are now going to call it. Alright, if you're Luton intolerant, you might want to look away. The next departure is, of course, EasyJet to Celiac City, aka London Luton. A320, flight 22516, and after that it's EasyJet to Scotland, to Eden.
Bruh.
In the meantime, Toot W 2024, Toot V, has become our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thanks for your vote of confidence, Toot. Don't forget to have fun with the custom emojis that we have at your disposal. You have at your disposal that we have for you to be using. As a fresh member, you're also eligible to vote in the poll. So head over to the community section if you have an opinion about whether or not you want to keep the current set of emoji, or if you feel that some are due for getting replaced. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way, Toot. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. It seems like we've crossed through 700 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to hear you guys are enjoying the show. Hope everybody is. Don't forget to leave a like if you are enjoying the show. It will help greatly to bring in more people in the future. And like we just discussed, there's stiff competition out there, because if you can live stream from LAX or from London or from Frankfurt, you already have the advantage of having so much more interesting wide-body traffic than here at Schiphol. The likes are needed. we have to fight it out with likes. Right. EasyJet A320 to Eden.
Bruh.
Up next. And a C-17 Globemaster flying over the north of Leiden, says W. Well, I hate to break it to you, but looking in the direction of Leiden, first of all, there's an excrement bridge, but if you can look around it, you'll see it's pretty cloudy. It's not the greatest. Right now, traffic to and from Frankfurt is visible, but it's only for the time being. Don't think we're going to be able to see the C-17 that you were referring to, mate. But thanks for the heads up, though. Keep them coming, because you never know if at the right moment there is an opening in the sky. This is the Gaswa. Gaswa? Damn, bro. Right, at the wind scale chimney smoke chimneys, the scale of chimney smoke chimneys, you can also see that the wind seems to be calming down a little bit. Even though the windmills, the wind turbines are still spinning as if there was a lot of wind, there's ever more verticality in the chimney smoke, indicating calming weather. Hey! Is that a vehicle? No, it's a bizjet. I already thought I saw something twinkling. Look at the pilot has to go. Thank you for joining and see you hopefully again tomorrow. A bizjet on the runway. I'm not seeing where it's... I don't see it, so I'm not sure where it's going to go to. Have a look at Flight Radar. And look at all the airplanes that are coming this way, ladies and gentlemen. It's quite interesting to see. I'm counting 1, 2, 3 Widebodies already. Katie says 302 likes away. ... Possible. 300 likes in an hour, in the first hour is already a lot, and I don't think we'll be streaming for another hour even. But we are going to get pretty close. It's not a bad stream with the viewer count today for Friday, I have to say. Must say I'm a bit surprised by that. In a good way. Right, a bizjet going to question mark. And this is KLM flight 651 going to Washington, the Papa Hotel Bravo Hotel Charlie. It's pulling up already. 7879 Dreamliner. Wingtips climbing up, climbing up, climbing up. One, two, three, four, five, 6 airplanes I am now seeing that are moving to the Polderbaan. A jet to Istanbul, being one of the first. And it's interesting because right behind it is a KLM that's also going to Istanbul, but to a different airport. I'm also seeing some vapor or something over there. Somebody is vaping, a big vape. That's probably a chimney smoke of sorts. A bit similar to what we are seeing over there. This might be Tata still, come to think of it. Might be emanating from Tata Steel, which if you look on the map is lying northwest of Schiphol. I think it could be, could possibly be Tata Steel. What's that? Is that a double decker? Oh no. With that, with that white line, it was looking like it was a double decker bus or something, but that's not the case. Right, it's getting busy here with outbound traffic. 1, 2 airplanes to Istanbul. And Vueling, Hans' favorite. And more Delta. A jet to Istanbul, A321 Neo. Oh, was nice. Big jet to center in the background. And Chris Coot is also greeting everybody at home. Greetings from Chris Coot. Yes. There you are. He wants his 15 minutes of fame. He can get them. He can have them. Let's see, what was that airplane that we saw in the background? It's a KLM Dreamliner doing a wheelie. Hey, Vueling taking Cheaters Lane. What? Does Vueling have to make KLM wait now? Did that happen? I guess it did. That's interesting. What's this? Asturias or something? Was it saying something like Asturias? Was looking like it for a brief moment. Insofar as I was able to see anything. Alright, KLM 1959 to Istanbul as well. One is SAW and this is going to IST. Istanbul is so big it has two airports apparently. That's Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia in the background. Aer Lingus. The A380 has been assigned to runway 27. Okay. Yeah. Not great. Would have been better if it were to come to center, of course, but that's probably going to close down again. After 2. Or will it? Will it stay open? I wonder. Either way, right now we have a cheater on Cheaters Lane. This is Aer Lingus. Interestingly, the airplane that is closest to the threshold is still holding and not lining up. Oh, are they having trouble? Delta seems to be having trouble. Look at this. Look at this. KLM Flight 603 to LAX is also following Aer Lingus and lining up via Cheaters Lane in the moment. There can only be one reason for that, and that is because Delta Flight 75 is having trouble of sorts and are troubleshooting over there, occupying the entrance to the threshold. Wellity, wellity, wellity. Question then becomes, will they take off or will they finally go back to the gate? That wouldn't be the first time if that were to happen. Delta reclaiming their parking spot. Traffic jam. Yeah. Well, it's interesting. It's not the first time. They're also at a point of no return, so if they have to go back to the gate, they'll have to enter the runway and then do a lap around the runway and take the first exit. Take Cheaters Lane, where 603 is now standing here in the foreground. We'll find out soon enough. This is KLM Flight 603 to LAX, 777-200. You can hear the low growl from the 200. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, Kilo. 21 years old already, first flight January 2005. think that the triple, even though it didn't take off from the threshold, already is higher in the sky than when the A340 took off. Of course, that's not a big feat. Center is used for arrivals and another KLM arriving here. Delta, in the meantime, is still standing still, doesn't move. Okay. So Delta Airlines Flight 75 is over there, and where are the other airplanes outbound? All right. It's looking like they're using runway 24 now for departures. The Kaagbaan. That's interesting. Have they changed runway use again already? Look at the threshold of runway 24. The Kaagbaan, what was used, that was used for arrivals earlier in the show. They're now using it for for outbound traffic. They're doing a runway inspection. Begs the question, what is going to happen with the Polderbaan? Also makes me wonder. So that's traffic to Hamburg, traffic to Heathrow, and traffic to Bucharest. Now all taking runway 24. Wind blowing from the west. 27 inbound, 24 outbound, and 36 left outbound. That is that could be a plausible runway configuration. It sounds like they're already changing to the next runway configuration, and they may or may not keep this runway open. They probably will keep it open as secondary runway. Might also mean that this runway is going to close in a moment. It might be that even if Delta is able to take off, that they might have to taxi back and take off via runway 24. Hank says Polderbaan is arrivals now. What? But the wind is blowing. Oh yeah, no, the wind is blowing from the west, so that might actually right. In that case, if they are going to use the Polderbaan for arrivals, then you can bet your ass that Delta, even if it was going to move, it's going to make a turn and is going back to the main platform area. It will probably take off via runway 24 then later. Right. Hey, oh no, but if Polderbaan is inbound, does that mean that the runway assignment of the A380 is going to change? Or is it... Let's have a look. I'm curious. Current runway use. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, I do have good news for you guys. According to LVNL, now Polderbaan is the only runway open for arrivals, and if that's the case, it means that the A380 will be coming this way. Talking about the lucky break. Yeah, right now 2 runways open. So, what was... Do they have an update of Bezoekpas? Let's have a look. This is all still old info, and another option. even plan B is not what we're seeing right now. So Bezoek Bus is useless today. The only thing we can base ourselves on and what we can expect is this. Begs the question. Omgeving, no, that's the wrong one. Omgevingsinfo Schiphol. Oh, well, we'll probably find it. Casper Arrow. Let's have a look. Right, continue. So they're still landing on. Oh, they're still landing on runway 27. Turkish is still going to runway 27. Where's the Emirates? It's not visible yet. So in actual practice, the airplanes arriving from the east are still going to be landing on Polderbaan, runway 27, but LVNL, unless a refresh says otherwise, seems to indicate that the Polderbaan is going to become the only runway for arrivals. That's interesting. Begs the question. Still says runway 27 for the A380. Mario says. I'm struggling to even find it. I'm not seeing it on Flight Radar yet. Or no, not Flight Radar. Omgevingsinfo. That would be a nice treat if the A380 were to come to the Polderbaan. So yeah, we're now looking at a Delta that seemingly is having trouble taking off, and in the meantime runway use seems to have changed in favor of arrivals to the runway that until moments ago was being used for departures. Below Lelystad, I probably was not looking correctly. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, well, if Turkish behind it already was assigned to Buitenveldert, it's quite obvious, and you can already see the way it's traveling. That Emirates is good. Huh? No, that's 9943, isn't it? Huh? Why is omgevingsinfo showing? No, huh? Marja, the Emirates that you're seeing below Lelystad is Emirates Sky Cargo. That's the 777-200. Emirates A380 still has to enter Dutch airspace. I see it now. And what runway? Polderbaan! Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to the Polderbaan. It's going to the Polderbaan. Here it is, the Emirates A380 just becoming visible. And it's assigned to the Polderbaan. There you go. A380 to the Polderbaan. Absolutely lovely. And Teddy Bear asks, what's your spotting schedule? Do you work or retired? Well, I wish I could say I am retired. I've been looking forward to my retirement from the first day I graduated from university. But no, I work on... Oh, no need to apologize, Maria. Come on, don't be crazy. I have a day job on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I try to have my day off on Mondays, and I try to stream, weather permitting, on Thursdays through Sundays. Might sometimes change. For instance, last week I wasn't able to stream on Thursday and Friday, and Monday was good weather, so I streamed on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. But usually I try to stream on Thursdays through Sundays, even although I have been thinking about maybe switching that up. But for the time being, my current schedule is, weather permitting, to stream from Thursdays through Sundays. Delta is still standing there. Has anybody been listening to ATC by any chance, and has anybody heard anything about why their departure didn't go through in the first instance? Obviously now they will have to relocate, even if they were to be taking off after all. Double-decker bus over there. You can see buses like that quite regularly in the area these days with the opening of Keukenhof, the well-known flower garden. Right, it's a pity that that the Polderbaan is no longer used for departures, because have a look at the platform. There's quite a few wide bodies that are taking off, and normally speaking would have been taking off via this runway still. The grand finale of the outbound Exodus. But yeah, means we are actually going to get the A380 here. What a unexpected but pleasant surprise. I'm going to switch to AMS both inbound and outbound traffic so that I can see what's coming. Emirates Sky Cargo is arriving from the east, going to runway 27. Am I able to spot it already? I'm looking and I think I see something. Delta isn't moving. I'll also keep an eye on that, but looking at something that is moving is also interesting. If I can see the airplane again, think. But this is not yet the Emirates. This is the airplane preceding it. Is that a BizJet? Oh yeah. No. Hey, CRJ. It's a CRJ 1000. Arriving from Madrid. You can see that the ground is nearing because here in the foreground, because the heat wave distortions are only getting worse. Behind it should be Delta. No, not Delta. Should be Emirates Sky Cargo. I'm trying to get my bearings in to see where the next arrival to runway 27 is at. You'd think you'd be able to see it by now, but it's probably a matter of knowing where exactly you need to point the camera. I'm already scanning. Oh, I think I might be seeing something. Where did I see it? I saw a twinkle, but... Oh wait, no, now I see it. I was about to say, you'd think that a 777 is a lot better visible. Come on, there it is. There we go. So this is Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Dubai World Center. 777-200. Mara Naomi asks, wonders Turkish Airlines first to Polderbaan? No, Turkish is still going to runway 27. If it were coming to Polderbaan, it would have stayed on a westerly trajectory already. The fact that the Turkish A330 is moving to the southwest is indicative of it still going to runway 27. So Turkish is still getting away from us. It's probably going to be the Emirates A380 that's going to be the first arrival here. Still need to be patient. Ramon says Delta is moving. Exclamation mark, question mark. Well, if it is, I'm not seeing it. Delta is still standing there. So, For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're still at the Polderbaan, which was open for departures until moments ago. Right now, they're preparing it, or if they already finished the runway inspection, they were in the process of preparing it for arrivals. And one of the first, if not the very first arrival to this runway will be the Emirates A380. That is in Dutch airspace already. It has formally been assigned to land on Polderbaan, but it's still in the east of the country and should be here in 10 or so minutes from now. Would make for a nice last airplane to wrap up the stream with, a nice bonus. One that we thought was going to get away from us, but isn't actually. We're also in the process of awaiting what's going and seeing what's going on with Delta over there. Delta Airlines Flight 75. That was supposed to go to Atlanta, Georgia minutes ago. What's with this quietness, says Stefan with a super chat. Thank you so much, mate. You really didn't have to use a super chat, but yeah. Renee says they still have a hot break. Did you hear that on the radio? Boer Harms in beeld. Farmer Harms. Departures taking place from runway 24 now. So Emirates Flight 147 is coming to the Polderbaan. Turkish, unfortunately, will still be landing on runway 27. Runway 27 is still open for arrivals, but not much for much longer. So yeah, Stefan was wondering what's with all the quietness. Well, it's a moment of silence. The calm before the storm. Yeah, no, runway roulette. The current runway use was not indicated, not as plan A nor as plan B on Bezoek Bas. The runway, the expected runway use website. So Schiphol is surprising us, and Polderbaan is no longer open for departures. It is open for arrivals, or at least it will open up for arrivals pretty soon. Right now, runway 27 is in use for arrivals. And there's Daisy Duck. Already we saw Donald. Right, whoa. Here's Delta. Hey, and now it's moving. Right, Delta has begun to move. It will enter the runway and it will vacate the runway via Cheaters Lane. And Renee apparently has been listening to ATC. Brakes still 80 degrees too hot. They will move to runway 24. It's a shame, but that's just life. Moving on to the runway, and then when it comes at the entrance/exit that we call Cheaters Lane, it's going to make a sharp right-hand turn and will vacate via that exit. We've seen that before. They are able to make that turn. In the meantime, the Emirates A380 is now flying in the vicinity of Lelystad. You can see its trajectory. It's staying to the north. It's coming to the west. That's what you need to look for if you want to see if it's coming to runway 27 or if it's coming to runway 18 right. Indeed, Generosic, like Monopoly, back to start. Do not collect $200. Jermaine says they need 20 minutes of cooling time and taxiing to 2-4 will not help, I guess. Well, not if they have to deploy the brakes in order to make the turns. It's only going to make things more warm. If only they had the wind that was blowing this morning. We had double-digit wind speeds this morning. We began the show with double-digit wind speeds, but it's calmed down as it was expected as well. But yeah, good question, Mary Naomi. How can the brakes be too hot from only taxiing? It's a question I am also unable to answer, unfortunately. Meanwhile, the A380 is crossing over Merkermeer. Visibility is pretty decent. Yesterday I was able to find it here in the sky when it was just northeast of Purmerend. Let's have another go at it. Right. Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia, temporarily disappearing behind the fire station, and there it is, reappearing. Okay, it is time to start the hunt for the A350. Meanwhile, Donald has gotten onto land. What is up, Donald? Let's see, the scale of chimney smoke chimneys is in the approximate area of Purmerend, or at least the direction of Purmerend, I should say. So Purmerend lies behind it. Means that the Emirates A380 is probably a bit more to the right still. It should stand out against the blue sky. There's also reflections from the sun over here, so I'm also going to put the sun shield on my camera LCD, because looking in this direction, that is helpful. Emirates A380. Yesterday I found it right away. Oh, shoot, that's autofocus because of Donald. That's not helping. Focus set to infinity and in manual position. Right. Oh, it's flying a bit more to the north, so it might actually be a bit more to the left then. Right. Not too sure if there are clouds in the way or if there aren't. It might be that the clouds are hindering our visibility. The sky isn't perfectly blue. Not sure if you guys were able to see it already, if you guys found it, but I'm just overlooking it. Think we now ought to look a bit more to the left already. The hunt for the A380. We're hunting something that I'm not even sure we are able to see, but it's always nice to give it a go. broad scan. I think that those clouds might actually be in the way. Hey, Chinese. Oh no, that's outbound. And Finma says hello from the two guys behind you. Hey jongens, goedemiddag. Two lads over here. The only two left. Well, no, we're not completely alone. There's also some people over there. There's somebody over there with a big lens. And a cyclist. That's it. So, yeah, where is that A380? I'm trying to see if I can find it visually. I think that the clouds are actually in the way, ladies and gentlemen. It should be turning in. Should be turning in almost. There's an E2 Embraer 195 that is turning in and will land before it. Right. Well. On paper, the A380 should be out there somewhere. It's really troubling not troubling. Difficult, troublesome to find it. There it is. Yeah, those clouds are actually obscuring things a little. Yeah. Good luck finding that when it is still further out. I think it probably just descended to below the cloud base. There's not a continuous deck of clouds, but you don't have to have that to not be able to see the airplane. Right, last airplane of today's show, the Emirates A380, the one that we never actually thought we were going to see since we were filming departures. But there you go. More murky than ever. But there it is. It's being preceded by an E2 Embraer 195, which I'm not going to film because, you know, it's not nearly as interesting as looking at this pixelated, murky shape that resembles an A380. Full 400 digital times zoom. That's overkill. But we might still be able to see its gear deployment in a few moments. Bonus king, indeed, Paul. Yeah, that's definitely one way of describing it. Filming departures and then also getting the A380, that's a nice treat. I'll drink to that in a moment. Hope you guys are still enjoying the show. If you are, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It will really help to bring in more people in the future. The A380. Looking like it's climbing as it's getting closer by, and then once it's actually on the glide slope and starts descending, it will get lower again. I think, yeah, the gear is coming out. So that's the outer gear coming out first, the outer main gear. Then when that's locked in, the inner main gear comes out. And after everything is locked into place, the hatches will close again. And you'll have one A380 ready to land, or at least the gear is ready to take the landing. The E2 Embraer in the meantime is touching down here. Hey, Bevert Patat, who has been lurking all stream. A great way to end the stream. Nice of you to come out of Lurkers Lounge to let us know you were there all along. Absolutely Great way to end the stream. The A380, what a nice bonus. The flaps look so huge, and it's such a continuous it's forming one whole continuous surface from this angle with the fuselage. It's almost, I always feel it looks like a guy who wears one of those wingsuits. As if there is webbing between the wings and the feet. You can see there's crosswind from west to east. The airplane is looking us straight in the face. It's crabbing. Zoom out. And you can see the runway is to the right, but the airplane is still looking us right in the face. It's staring us. It's a staring contest. Now, obviously it would be nice if it went around. I'm not expecting it to happen, but fingers crossed, you never know. And if not, then at least let's hope for a loud landing. Let's look and listen. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. 8 hours and 25 minutes it was on the way. The Alpha 6 Echo India. (13 years old, first flight January 2013. Qatar A350 is next in 3 minutes, Wolfgang says. That's also a very interesting airplane to film. Worthwhile to stick around for. But that will be the last airplane then. Qatar A350 arriving from Doha. Right, Maria is signing off. Thank you for joining, Maria. Hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. Sleep tight. I'm still going to linger a few minutes here until Qatar Flight 273 will have landed. That's an A350 and is looking to be the 4th landing after the A380. Got a KLM A321neo arriving from Chester up next. A Swiss Bombardier C-Series 300 arriving from Zurich. Is that Swiss itself? Yep, it is. An EasyJet with an A320neo. Meanwhile, a BizJet is flying into runway 22. That's an Embraer Phenom 100. The OK van. A321neo has landed here, having arrived from Chester. Fax K? Not sure. Didn't have its window open on Flight Radar, so wasn't able to see exactly. Here's EasyJet and Swiss in the foreground. And somewhere behind should be Qatar. Qatar is turning in and should be entering the field of view from the right. Provided that we are able to see it. Might be a bit lower than the number 2. Oh yeah, just a bit. There it is. There's the last airplane of the show. A350 by Qatar. Moderate crosswind, and that makes the airplanes crab a little, facing us directly as they are slowly gliding to the runway. Oh, that's too low. We too low. One of the pilots of a certain flight, allegedly. You guys know what I'm referring to, right? There was a crash, I think it was from AirAsiana or something, years ago. And an intern from a local news network pulled a prank on the network who actually bought it. They went on air saying that the pilots' names were We Too Low, Holy Fook, Bang Ding Ow, and Something Wong. Obviously, the intern was an intern no more pretty soon thereafter. You can find that video still on the internet. Hey, you're welcome, Fat by Gutch. EasyJet, the penultimate airplane of today's show. The last airplane, Qatar A350, flight 273, arriving from Doha. And Bernd says that the Delta is parked, so that went back to the gate then, eh? Okay. Guess those brakes needed more cooling. Ah, Paul remembers. I was already beginning to wonder, is there nobody who has seen that clip? It's from a pretty long time ago already, probably 10 years or so. Yeah, indeed, it sounds like something that Bart Simpson could have done in The Simpsons. I'm looking for Amanda. Last name, to Hug and Kiss? No, wait, Hug and Kiss. I'm looking for Amanda, Hug and Kiss. What a gracious airplane. I think this is one of the ugliest A350s. I don't think that the Qatar livery does it any good, particularly not this livery. Maybe the newer one. Oh no, wait, that's Saudia. Qatar hasn't updated their livery. That's Saudia. As far as A350s go, this is probably one of the ugliest. But that's because of the Qatar livery, not because I dislike the shape of the A350. I just don't think that the Qatar livery is that appealing, and it usually makes airplanes more ugly. It's still a nice A350. And that's why I'm filming it, because the airplane itself is very gracious despite the livery. If you ask me, if there's one carrier that should look into updating their standard livery, it is Qatar. Yeah, Seymour Butt. I remembered that one as well. Right, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last airplane of today's show. Thank you so much for joining me here today. I had a great time. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you enjoyed the show and you haven't done so already, don't forget to leave a like on your way out. It really helps tremendously to get in more viewers in the next streams. Thank you so much for joining. And also big thanks for all the support, all the super chats and super stickers, and those who became a member themselves. Were there any gifted memberships? There definitely were. Captain Jerry earlier in the show. Thank you all so much. You really are making this channel what it is, and that also goes for the moderators. Thank you once again to all the moderators who help to keep the chat friendly and accessible to everybody. You guys together all rock and are what makes this channel so great. I should be out again for another stream tomorrow. I don't know yet where I'm going to go to and what I will be filming, but I hope I will see you then. For now, I'm going to say goodbye. Take care, stay safe, stay warm, stay healthy, and I will see you in the next one, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye for now.